Good evening, and welcome, our undead fiends. Come right inside, you've been expected, but please ignore the screams. Such an unfortunate turn, a blown tire, no spare in this ring. But alas, you're also in luck, as it so happens Master is having one of his things. Please try not to stare at Frank, or become too attracted to Vlad. You've surely met Alistair. If not, no worries. He's really not so bad. The seance is in the parlor. The sacrifice out on the back lawn. Feel free to help us conjure Charlie, or recite something ancient with Anton. It matters not who you are, how you vote, or from where you hail. We're all strange here in the sideshow, and you've now joined our October spell.
Welcome to the Paranormal Sideshow with your host, co-authors of Till Death and Beyond, John and Stacey Edwards from ParanormalSideshow.com.
Hello, and this is not your normal intro. In fact, this is an intro. This is where we explain everything that we need to explain. So anyway, I am talking here because this particular episode you're about to listen to, I don't even know everything that's going to happen on it. All I know is we're kind of terrified right now. We don't know if we're going to get hit with lightning. We don't know if we're going to be attacked by Martians. We really don't know what's going to happen because we have tried recording this episode. I don't want to exaggerate. So let me say 5 times. We've tried recording this episode 5 times. I know it's more than that we've said tonight we're recording this.
Mm-hmm. No, I'd say 5 times we've sat down at the table.
Right.
There's been numerous times
Ladies and gentlemen, Stacey Edwards.
We've been trying to get to the table to do the show, and it hasn't happened.
Right. And I don't mean we're crawling, trying to get up to it, and something has our legs. It's like we try to get there and to do it. Now, I'm talking a couple of weeks, okay? Mm-hmm. A couple of weeks. So we have a couple of weeks of amazing stories. We have a couple of weeks of compounding fractures. We have a couple of weeks of ragtag, snake oil salesmen that we've got locked in the basement. It's been a weird couple of weeks. So I am just telling you all this because you're going to hear the intro from like the 4th attempt, only half. So the first half of the intro, and we just love you, so we're going to explain this. The first half of the intro was so fantastic, so amazing, so Mickey Mouse Fantasia on LSD. Not that I know anything about Fantasia, but it is 100% amazing, okay? So we were really excited about it. We were really happy about it. We're like, we're keeping that intro, that half intro, the half-tro. And we'll just have to, explain-tro the rest of it. So that's what we're doing. Now, after that intro, we sat down to do it again and again and again and again. And it didn't happen. In fact, since we did the intro, there's some other stuff that when we pick back up, I'm actually going to mention some stuff that we did since then and go into another really cool story. But yeah, this episode is for the fans. Mm-hmm. This episode is for the people out there who get a hold of me and go, why don't you do some of those extra long episodes again? We really enjoyed those. So listen, by hook or crook, we're doing this. I don't care if we have a giant shark trying to get in our apartment, because they do that. They're sneaky. Okay, and they'll tell you they're a pizza man, delivery man, mailman. Don't let them in. But we're going to get in. We're going to get out. We're going to do all kinds of cool stuff. If we have to hashtag in the middle of it, it's all happening because we're going to bring this to you, and it's a spectacular episode. So unlike any other episode, this is John and Stacey's almost Halloween, but we missed it.
But still have the Halloween intro.
Yeah. extra long, hot and juicy, spooktacular in November. Enjoy. Hello and welcome to the Paranormal Sideshow. I'm your host, John Edwards, and joined as always by my lovely wife, Stacey.
Hello.
And I had to do this because we tried recording this, and we can get into that in a few minutes, but this is the third time, so it's got to be the charm, right?
Right.
So I being that it's a charm, I had to do a little poetry.
Of course.
Sometimes I like to do that, especially when there's been like 3 things happen. So welcome to our post-Halloween and day after of the dead. As we're tripping on a hole in a paper cup with Wyland in my head. Yes, please don't depress, repress, regret, and or mourn. Halloween may be over, but November is straight up fear-loving porn. It's a month where Brett screwed Brett, creating my all-time favorite heel for a stunner. Good Guy Fawkes has a poem, but I'm freaking out because we finally hit the date of Blade Runner. Yeah, it's time for all those memes where those uppity friends of mine have to shame me for Turkey Day, it seems. So sit back, relax, and please try to remember. Remember what? Well, it's John and Stacey and the sideshow of November.
Oh, very nice.
You like that? Mm-hmm. I threw a little Guy Fawkes in there.
You did.
All kinds of things. Because I love the things. Mm-hmm. I mean, come on, look. We tried doing it on Halloween.
We did.
And that didn't work. Mm-mm. We tried doing it on the day that I even learned how to say right. Mm-hmm. And I wonder if I could still do it.
I don't know. Give it a shot.
Because it was the day that takes 3 days because it's Mexico.
Right,
and it was Dia de los Muertos.
It's close.
What are you, my Spanish teacher?
I think it's.
Is it because I didn't say it right? Hold on. Wait, I gotta get it right. Señor. All right. Dia de los Muertos.
That's better.
Dia de los Muertos. It's because I didn't do the chick voice.
You have to get that moi in there.
I gotta get that first of the Jane's Addiction song. Mm-hmm. That stop song off the Ritual de la Habitual or whatever. The Dia de los Muertos. No, you gotta get the los. It has to have the los.
Oh, I see.
So it's like Dia de los Muertos. You see?
There you go.
As long as I talk like a girl, I got it. And of course, we're talking about the Day of the Dead. And like I said, it's Mexico, so they're like 1-day party. Screw that. Mm-hmm. It's a 3-day party.
That's right.
I think we got a lot of relatives. They're all going to come over. We're going to start it on this day. We're going to finish it on Saints Day because they ain't I was going to say Aints Day, no better than Saints Day. So something like that. Man, we've had a time.
We have
had a time. We actually recorded like an hour and something of the show. And it just, man, it was weird, dude. It was weird. The energy was heavy. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you can't even tell that kind of stuff. You can't tell that the energy's heavy and dark until you like step away, right? Mm-hmm. And when you step away, you're like, whoa, that was an hour? Because it felt like 5 minutes, and you're like, God, what did we talk? Oh, God, delete that stuff now. So, yeah, I'm glad that it worked out this way. Mm-hmm. I think it was meant to be this way. So we're actually recording on the 3rd of November, and it's actually nighttime. Mm-hmm. So you hopefully will hear this on the 4th of November, but you never know. It might be remember the 5th of November before
I get the show out,
before you get it done. So it's such an interesting poem, by the way. Have you ever read the whole thing?
I have heard it. I don't have any of it committed to memory.
About all those goons trying to blow up the king. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's I think it like became popular because of V for Vendetta, that movie, and then of course Anonymous took it over, and that really popularized it. I just wonder how many people that put the mask on actually understand or know what it's about. I don't know. Probably not as many. I would say you would want. When we were out trick or treating, I actually seen a little kid wearing the Anonymous mask.
Did you?
And not only did that, but he had like a little hoodie on and black pants.
Oh my goodness.
And he had like little gloves, and I'm like, holy crap. I looked at the parent.
When you say little, how little?
Maybe 8, 9 years old.
Wow, that's pretty little.
And I was like looking at the parent, and he looked like Shaggy, from Scooby-Doo. I'm like, man, he's wearing his outfit. The kid's like, I want to dress like Daddy does when he blows up government buildings. It was
You got to have goals.
You do have to have goals in life. I mean, I can't really fault you. I always tell my people, good decision, bad decision, just make a decision. Hopefully people don't take it that far though.
Right.
So, I was thinking a little fun game for us because we had a different show written. I would like to someday go to the shows that never were. There's a ton of them, but we had, it was because it was right on Halloween. And we were doing stories that we haven't done that many times about us, things that have happened over the years with us that we don't talk about very often. And it was kind of interesting. I haven't got any of Stacey's yet. So, I got just a couple things, and I was going to remind you because you also don't know what I have. So
no, I do not.
So my first one, if you will.
Okay.
If it will. Do you remember? Well, that's a weird way to ask it. So one time, back in around 2011, you and I were engaged in hashtagging, and I really think that's going to catch on. I think people are going to be like, "What are you doing? What are you going to do tonight? We're hashtagging." It's going to be like Netflix and chill part 2. So it was hashtag mommy daddy time at the Edwards house, and we was getting busy. And, if there's any small children listening, that means we were folding clothes together. So all of a sudden, in the midst of folding the probably the next to last towel, you really want to get that last towel.
Right. Got to get the whole job done.
Yeah, right. All of a sudden, there was this thing in the room, and it goes, "Hello." And I'll never forget the cadence. I'll never forget the cadence of it. I'll never forget the awkwardness of it. And of course, everything just stopped. I mean, time stopped.
That last towel, it never got folded.
No. That last towel didn't get folded. And actually it did. I hate to ruin that for you, but spoiler alert.
I know. I was just being funny.
It was actually you that said, "Well, what the hell?" I'll never forget it.
Well, it was funny because I heard it. It was disembodied.
Yes.
It wasn't like you just heard something.
Right.
It was a disembodied voice. It was very loud. And it had there was a pop. We always get that pop before.
The paranormal pop.
Yeah, like that.
Explain
sound.
That.
It's that.
Otherwise,
pop
people are just
hear.
gonna think you're nuts.
It's a pop you hear, and it sounds just like a balloon popping or something. Anytime like a spirit enters or leaves, for us anyway, we've noticed it. Yeah, we've noticed it, and sometimes we'll hear it, and then a little, shortly after that, something will happen. So we always associate that with when spirits come and go on. And we heard that. And then we heard the hello. Yeah. And so in my mind, it was just all I could think of was like this spirit decided to come visit. And he popped in and didn't realize what was going on. And was like, hello. Oops.
Yeah, it was really strange. And our little paranormal pop thing is, seriously, that happens to us all the freaking time. And we usually know something's going to happen in the room because we'll hear that, and then it'll just come right in right after a pop.
And sometimes it's faint like a tap, but a lot of the times it's pretty loud, like you notice it.
It's almost like they got a little door through a vortex and they're like opening or shutting it or something like that.
Right. Like
our door needs some kind of work done to it.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, at least that wasn't as awkward as the touching not touching thing.
Oh, wow. I don't think that's appropriate for...
I think we've already told the story.
I don't think we've told that on the show.
I think we've mentioned it.
Okay, go ahead. I don't think we have, but go ahead. Continue.
It was a different hashtag time. I think it was recently when we were in this house, I believe. And, we folded the towels and then we got done. Yeah. And we're just sitting there and you had this big smile on your face and you're like, wow, honey. Yeah. I really enjoyed it when and he said something that I had done. And I just looked at him really funny and he's like, what? And I was like, I didn't do that. I'm pretty straightforward, with the hashtag and I don't really deviate a lot. And whatever that was, it wasn't me. And he was like, wait, what?
Yeah, I thought she had been spontaneous, and
there was caressing going on. We'll just say that.
I was like, it's okay too. Anytime you want to be spontaneous like that, that's absolutely okay, man. At first I was kind of shocked, but then I really dug it, and yeah. So and still yet, I'm afraid to say I still dig it. But yeah, it totally wasn't her. So I'm just going to leave it with the fact it wasn't her.
Yeah.
And there's no way to really, I don't know, there's no way to imagine that's happening to you unless it's hamining to you. So it's not like a sock rubbed against me or something like that. No, this was legitimate ghostification. And it was strange, but whoever that was, that's hey, you're more than welcome.
Anyway, what's next on
so
the list?
the lamp, we know we talked about this. We got a video, audio, tattoo.
Went in depth with it. Yes,
we went in depth with it because the lamp, to all the haters, Stacey told me there's some comments on YouTube like it's probably a loose bulb. But let me tell you about my bulb, okay? Number one, I live with freaking Sherlock Holmes over here. So she comes over days after the lamp event happened. And for those of you who may not know what I'm talking about, we'll pause shortly for you to go look up the video on our YouTube. Okay, so you see how crazy that was, right? So the lamp, we were talking about UFOs, we were talking about some stuff, and it just started, I mean, it was cray. It was so cray that there's no real way to make a light do what it was doing. And I didn't start recording for probably a good minute into it, maybe a little longer, because we were just like, wow. And it was kind of responding to what was being said. It was like the goo on Ghostbusters 2. And it was sort of like, like blah, blah, blah. It was like, zzz. But I got up and I went over and I recorded. Very, very weird. It had been a real heavy night anyway, a real strange night, real strange episode, all this stuff. And so all this was going on, man. And then even a weirder part about it is, Ariana had texted her mom at the exact time that my video starts on my phone. And she had a headache. And then she came in here afterwards and she's like, oh, I don't have a headache anymore. When she asked her, she's like, when did you get it? And all this stuff. And it was during the time that the lamp was doing the lamp stuff. So that lamp, that's like 6 months ago, y'all. And that lamp still has the same light bulb in it. It's still fine. It sits on like all the time. We've had that lamp here for a year and a half and it has not ever done that before or after. Nope. Same light bulb the whole time. And Scrooty McD over here, like 3 days after I'm at work, and she comes over and literally takes the lamp apart looking for a bug or something from the government, I think.
Well, I just took it apart to see if there was anything loose in there. And one of the things I noticed was that the light bulb that we have in it is pretty large. It's one of those, energy saving ones or whatever, and it fits in there very tightly. Right. Like when you put the lampshade on, there's not a lot of wiggle room there anyway. No wiggle room. It was in there tight. All the wiring, I mean, it's a new lamp. All the wiring is fine. We even
loosened it up to try it, and it wouldn't work.
Not like
it wouldn't do that when you loosened it.
Right.
So we've done it. We've done the whole gambit of things on it, and that's why it's really on my list of things that are strange, because we truly believe that it had something to do with the conversation that night, because I was really angry and I was cutting a promo, as we say in wrestling, on the government and on UFOs and on all these things. So do you have anything?
Any of my creepiest moments?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you one. One of my creepiest things that ever happened to me was on an investigation. And it was when we were at the Johnson City Community Theater. We went there several times.
We did, like 20.
And this one particular time, we were all in the theater area.
Right.
And we had spread out around the room. And I was just standing in the middle of the room, kind of near the stage.
Yeah.
And I was holding a recorder. And we had some activity that night. And as I was standing there, my arm that was holding the recorder kind of like jerked out to the side. And it was really odd. It wasn't hard. And, I didn't get moved. But like my arm moved and I didn't do it. And it was really unusual. And so I think I asked something like, I said, my arm's just moved and it's weird and I don't understand what happened, and I don't remember my exact words. But later when you did the EVP review, when you were listening to the audio, we caught an EVP right at that time that says, I pulled you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was a little creepy at first, but then after the EVP, it was way creepy.
Yeah. I mean, Stacey is a minimalist. And so it can be, for her to say it, She definitely did spray it. So that's just the way she is. She's not one of those people you take on an investigation and are like, oh, I think I felt something. Oh, did you hear that? No, you don't get that from her. I mean, you get very strained eyes where she's looking around and she probably really is trying to see. But she looks like she's being studious. So she likes to be quiet and she likes to sit alone and let the recorder go. It's one of the reasons I like having her on investigations. No, I'm just playing.
So you gave 2. Should I give another one?
Did I give 2? I guess I did, didn't I? Well, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to give a second one as well because you don't know what I'm going to say. So here's one that I thought was really creepy, and you're going to remember this because we were so upset about it. So this is back when we were recording our documentary on Kingsport Grocery Company. Okay. And you and I went upstairs to the very top floor where there was all this activity. We were in this room and we had the camera guy there, and we just had it was just us and the one camera guy, and he had the pro camera to record our session. And we had an amazing session. It was great.
Oh God.
And the door,
oh my God,
opened by itself.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely 100%. It was not a door that could move. And it did it on command, and you were like, can you open that door? And that was one of the claims, and the door opened. It was so creepy.
The door was latched, and we checked it first. This is funny. I don't think we've ever told this.
No, I don't think we've told this story.
So, yeah, we were recording our first pilot, okay? And back in 2010. And so... it wasn't our first documentary. I recorded a documentary at Barter in 2006, but we were doing this strictly as a pilot, and we did end up airing it on local television, and we had this big party on Halloween night for the debut of it and everything. But anyway, we were there recording, like Stacey said, and of course we were the stars of the show or whatever, so we were going to get this big session, and so we went upstairs to where all these claims were. And everything was awesome. I mean, everything I asked, there was stuff happening. When I knocked, there were knocks coming back. Like it was totally shaving a haircut in me. But it was really good. And we felt great. We looked like $1 million. Like that was the summer of tan. And so me and Stace were both like in our fighting conditions.
We were in our picture taking.
Oh
time.
my God, we were sex on a plate, and we were both the camera. We could just tell everything felt good.
Yes.
And I had all this confidence, and I was like, one of the claims, because we were talking in our this is going to get sold voice. So we were talking in the kind of like, one of the claims here, Stacey, is that door closes or opens. It depends on what it is to start with. No, but it was closed, completely latched. And I was like, all right, thank you. You're giving us all kinds of great activity. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask you to do something for us. And I want you to give every bit of energy that you can, and feel free to use all the energy of Stacey to.
He really said that.
to do this. I need you to turn that door handle and open the door in that storage room. And so the camera goes right onto it. And you got to understand, this is a room you can go into with the camera without missing the shot, without any kind of edit, and see that there's only one way in and out.
So, it's small.
So it's beautiful, but for paranormal. And all of a sudden we're watching it, the camera's watching it, and it's like,
It was so creepy. I was absolutely creeped out.
We made sure not to scream or do any of that stupid stuff that people do. Like when they're like, hey, can you give me a sign? And they're like, hello. And they're like, oh my God. And the ghost goes somewhere to Toledo. But, we got it filmed, and then we go over there and we're like, oh. So it's like, print. Cut, print, take.
And oh God, we were so happy.
We're so excited. So
then
this jackalope.
Turns out that the reason we were getting such good evidence, and other paranormal investigators will know this, is because the camera wasn't running.
Yeah.
He didn't turn it on.
Yeah, well, no, it was his hard drive.
Oh, okay.
The camera was on.
Right.
Good God. Right. No, it was the hard drive he wore around his side.
That's right. So it didn't get recorded.
Yeah. So we were all real excited, and dude, this guy, I don't even care if he's listening. You're a jackass. So, this guy was, it's always bad when somebody's doing it as a favor for somebody, so it's like, oh no, he's done it for me before. He's really great at it and all this stuff. And he's missing a couple of sandwiches in the picnic basket, but he's like, we get it all done. And he kind of looks at us all sheepishly when we get back downstairs, and I'm down there doing my best John. I'm like, you wouldn't believe it. We can just stop right now. You know what? Maybe we'll just talk about what happened up there for the rest of it. The rest of y'all can go on home. This is the John and Stacey show. We were going all off on and everything, just like I do, and dude's over there staring at that damn camera for a long time, and I was like, let's just show it to him back. Let's just do full on right now. Show it to him back. And he's like, oh, you're gonna be upset. Oh no, baby, I ain't gonna be upset, baby. I don't get upset like that, Daddy. What's going on? And he's like, this is really weird. Okay, Daddy, what is it? I had the hard drive on and it turned off. And I remember every mood changing. Mm-hmm. All 16 of the ones I carry, they all went to the danger zone. And that being that pissed off, it was the equivalent of playing a video game. Mm-hmm. And you play it and you play it and you play it and you've done everything. You've unlocked every character, every secret. You've made it to the very final level, and the power goes out, and for some reason it erases your card and you don't have anything. You don't feel like doing that again. Right. You've got this far in it. Mm-hmm. You don't feel like doing it again, or something got missed, or have you ever played like a game like Trivial Pursuit, mm-hmm. and you think of the answer, right? You know the answer, but you do a different answer, mm-hmm. and then you kind of like lose your heart. Right. Or playing poker even, and you could have done something, you didn't do it. You're like, oh, I'll never have that again. And that's how we felt, man. That was, I can't believe you brought that up.
I must say you handled it very well. For how upset we were, you handled it very well, but he didn't come back after that.
Yeah, no, I handled it well in front of innocent people. Right. I have not handled that well ever since. In fact, I believe that was blocked. I appreciate that. I don't know what else is going to come out.
We're talking about the creepiest things that happened, and that was one of the creepiest things, the door opening and unlatching like that. You don't see that kind of stuff every day.
I get you. Not when it's so legit. I mean, you see a lot of doors open, but there's ways they could have opened. There's drafts, there's, paps, there's whatever. But, I'm going to talk about one, and you'll have to talk about some of it. Okay. Because we haven't talked about this. Okay. And it's one of those things where I told you the other night on the Halloween show that you're listening to right now. Thank you very much. Just to keep up, folks. I told you the other night that there was nothing off limits, right? To a certain extent. Right. So I'm going to tell as much as I can. Okay. And then I'm going to let you jump in, and I might jump back in. Okay. So first, let me give the disclaimer, or the warning, not the disclaimer, the warning. So the warning is, as a train rolls through, I'll let the train roll through. It's the train warning. Whenever you hear this sound, run. When you hear the sound, I was thinking of kids' books. Okay, so we have very strange stuff happen all the time. Mm-hmm. And when I say all the time, it's not really putting over exactly how much all the time is. We have things happen, that we could use. It's not really creepy moments, but for instance, a couple of weeks ago, we were having missing objects, which we have all the time, but we were having missing objects where I would sit something down and literally look away, look right back, and it'd be gone. And then I get mad about it, look everywhere for it, it'd be right back in the spot that it was. I'm talking stuff that's physically impossible. It's just the only way to really put it over correctly is it's paranormal. I mean, there's no way to remove some of this stuff that's happened, that quickly. So that stuff happens all the time. It really happens to Stacey. I mean, bad. And because I think they enjoy watching her, because Stacey has some tics, so she's completely perfect except for
quirky,
except for the
and
tics.
Adorable.
She's adorable. It's adorable tics, okay? But like, I'll be sitting on the couch. I'll be watching some fighting or something. And, Stace is in the kitchen. She might be cleaning up or, doing something like that. And I don't really notice it at first because she's always doing something, like you'll see Stacey, walk on the sill and you don't think about it because she's always just moving. So it goes like this so often. I'll see her in there, open a drawer, right? And, but I'm not thinking about it. I'm peripherally seeing it, but I'm not thinking about it. I'm still watching the fight. And then I'll see her like go over here, go over there, go over here, still not thinking about it. She goes upstairs. I'll hear her shuffling around, ruffling around, all this stuff. Then I'll hear the mumble start. If she has to make it through the Stacey 500, it's what I like to call it. It's like a race, So she makes it through lap 1, and then I start hearing her talking to her crew chief, some up in her head, because it's like, it's she, and so I can only imagine that the Stacey that's in her head is like spotting for her. She's like, okay, turn 2 is going to be a little bit loose. Watch out for that oil slick. But she'll come back down, and the second time you ain't gonna notice it because you just think she's busy. So she's going through there, and she's like going through the same drawer, and then she goes over here, goes over there again, goes upstairs, ruffle, 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 and the voice gets louder, right? So she comes down again, and you're just like, hey, baby. Hey. And she's like, it never fails. It never fails. I don't know if I have a tone. I get told I have a tone a lot. Okay. So I don't know if she knows my tones. It's not necessarily a bad tone. It's a tone that I know what you're doing. And I'm just like, hey baby, what's up? Well, what are you doing? And she's like, what? Huh? Oh. And that's exactly dude, those 3 words always.
It's because you've interrupted my train of thought.
They always go together. And so when she does the what, huh? Oh, so when she gets to it, she what? Huh? Oh, I'm looking for scissors. They were right here in the scissor drawer. And I'm like, oh, have you been looking for scissors the whole? Yes. Yeah, because they were right here in the drawer. I know they were in the drawer. They were right here in the drawer. This is where I put them. I'm the only one that uses them. They were right here in the drawer. And I'll be like, okay, sweetie, you want me to have? No. You just keep watching. You keep watching the fight. Enjoy yourself. Do you need anything, darling? And I'm like, no, I don't need anything right now. So she'll go back to doing it again, right? And let me just tell y'all. So she'll do this like 4, 5, 7, 18 times. And what happens is she'll give up. And she'll come and she'll sit on the couch. And she's still pissed off, man, because she sees projects through. She is like, if you were doing her job evaluation, you could never say Stacey leaves things done. No, if she starts it, getting her to start, it's going to be the hard part. She knows she can't finish it. I mean, she knows she can't stop until she finishes. So, she starts it. She's going to have to finish, which is going to drive her insane. So she can't even enjoy the TV. She's over there watching, but you can see it running through her head. And like that crew chief's still talking to her, and she's trying to think of other places. And every now and then, when you get a real good one, she might even jump up and go to a new room and go like, oh, or then if it gets bad, she's going to go in the garage. Because she's going to think there was a day that I used them in the garage. So she's coming there, and that's when I have to step in. And it's just it's my duty. It's like in the contract. So I'm like, sweetie, I'm going to grab a drink. Do you need anything? Because if I tell her what I'm doing, I could be dead. She'll tackle me. She'll claw my eyes out, tell me do not look for him. So I go over there, and I'll open the drawer, and the damn scissors will be sitting there on top of a bunch of mail, bills, stuff like that. The scissors will be sitting right there on top, little ding, like a little gleam, and I'll be like, hey, honey, because you gotta act very confused. All right, if you're a guy. You don't understand, like a pissed off, been married 20 years to your ass. You gotta have this certain time where you're kind of like, hey, baby, because it's got to be very unintrusive. And she would go, yes, honey, were you looking for these? And that's when it goes crazy. I mean, that's when you want to get those scissors as far away from you as humanly possible, because the first thought is you did it. Now, she don't say it, but it's in her head. And I know it's in her head. And she forgets that I know that it's in her head. But the very first thought is always, you're screwing with me. Okay. But she'll come over and she'll look at the scissors. She'll be, where were they? They're right here. Where are they? Yeah, they're right there on top of everything. You know, I look there every time. Like, that's the first place I look. I look there every time. And well, honey, I swear, no, I believe you. I mean, why wouldn't I believe you?
I have to say, I do believe you now. Like, it's happened enough times now that I'm just like, okay, I know what it is.
Because it's happened now when I wasn't here.
And it's happened to you.
And it's happened to me. But it's happened to you when I wasn't here through the whole ordeal.
Right.
And you even finding them. But yeah, there was a time when, dude, she really thought that it was me. And it was because of something when we were dating. I would screw with her sometimes, right? And that's just what I did. And so that's still in her mind. Like that damage is still there. So guys, if you're just dating a girl right now, a few things to do. Don't stick drinks under their butt before they sit down, okay? Because I know how fun it is to think that bottle is going to go halfway up her ass. But don't do that at all, because then she's going to forever be like thinking about that, and she's going to holler it out during a fight sometime 15 years later. Be like, I haven't done that in a decade, but you did it. Yeah, okay. And you did it after you said you wouldn't do it. Like, that was also 10 years ago. You still did it. But yeah, this really happens. And that's not even the crazy thing I was going to tell you about, but you guys do need to know that. So if your stuff starts going missing, don't let it affect your marriage. It don't affect it bad. It kind of affects it comical, but she is like that about everything. I mean, I love it in a way that she's that insane, and I get to keep her. Like, it's my little choice. Like, do I call the white coats or do I keep her? But there's stuff like that for me too. So I think we're both keeping each other out of that place. So the thing I wanted to talk about was, unfortunately, not funny at all. Not funny at all. And I'd like to give the 30,000 foot view of it, but we never ever talk about this stuff. So first, let me come clean on this one part. So years ago, I picked up an attachment. Now, before I picked up the attachment, I was already hearing stuff, right? Not white coat hearing stuff, but I heard stuff one morning, and it was out of the blue. It had been the worst year of my life, and you know what? Surprisingly, nothing's taken that award. So that's a good thing. 10 years and nothing's taken that award from 2009. So I'm real bad. I wake up and I hear something. And at first it startled the crap out of me, because, you're thinking disembodied, because man, I had been investigating the paranormal for 10 years at the time. Right. So I'm sitting there and I'm just like, I was freaking out. I was freaking out, and anybody would. I would imagine anybody would, because you're hearing voices. You think, all right, this is it. This is it. This is where I kill everybody, and it's going to happen. But no, this voice told me some stuff, and it was a guy, and it told me things clearly, and it told me things I shouldn't know. Right. So I wandered around for a minute and, thought it out. And then I woke Stacey up and I asked her, and, I was dead on. Right. So, it was dead on, no pun intended. So that was really the start of all that. It was really, really freaky. But when it happened, it opened the floodgates. Now, let me say, that year I had a lot of stuff happen. And a lot of that stuff that you hear people cite, like that one thing, like, hey, I nearly died, or hey, I lost my best friend, or hey, well, everything happened to me that same year. And it was really, really, really bad. And I had also been going real deep into the paranormal, deeper than normal, because, you have levels, right? There's levels of this stuff. And I'd been really going deep on trying to communicate, trying to do all kinds of stuff. So my door was kind of pushing open anyway, and things had been happening my whole life. I had a job one time, loss prevention, and we would watch cameras, and there was a game where, John's, let's see how good John is, because every time somebody would walk through a door, like if we were watching the front door, I'd be like, he's going to do it. And they'd be like, my partners would be like, what are you talking about? That guy's going to do it. How would you even, and then the guy does it. And we're fighting that guy like 5 minutes later. So that would happen, I don't know, at least once a day when we were doing that. And it really freaked them out. But the cool thing was they all thought I was really good at what I did, but I wasn't. I was just very intuitive, I guess, or whatever, reading them. Mm-hmm. So things go on. And about a year later, man, about a year later, we're at investigation. And I pick up a attachment. Now, I didn't know much about attachments except for the evil ones that I'd had that, thank God, didn't really talk much, but they did things like try to destroy our lives. And, that's happened at least once that we know of, maybe more, but, it goes to the form of oppression and all this stuff. But we keep such a positive vibe around us, and we have so many protection things around our necks and everything. You're good luck. It's like it's trying to get into Ghost Alcatraz if you're trying to, attach to us now. But this attachment, I started picking up on recorders. I started picking up on Spirit Box. I was picking up stuff that I shouldn't pick up, and I was getting things that I really shouldn't get. And I was, I got a very important date that was a year out. When, somebody shouldn't have been having a baby, we'll put it that way. But somebody shouldn't have been pregnant, but I got the date that the baby was born before somebody was even pregnant. Okay. And, I got dates of death and stuff like that. And, there was a lot of things like that. So, anyway, this attachment, man, we've told this story about Scarefest when Serena Gordon was given that reading and flipped her lid because after doing it for 3 days, she had not done this at all. Okay. And then third day, we're winding down. We're getting ready to leave. Once it gets like 5 o'clock at Scarefest on the last day, everybody's really relaxed because all you've done for 3 days is, communicate with people, and that's so exhausting. It's lovely, but it's exhausting because you give so much of yourself. So, she's wanting to get out of there, man. She don't want to put no extra into it. We didn't know her yet. We weren't BFFs with her yet. And, she's sitting there and she's just like, she felt like a really strong female presence. Well, all weekend, every psychic in that place came up to our table and was like, how are you dealing with it? And it was really strange, man, because you're like, oh, I'm dealing with it good. I'm dealing with it real good. What are they talking about? So that kept happening. I went across from us was like these past life regression people. I went over to talk about past lives, and they wanted to talk about now lives. They were like, how are you dealing? Oh, I'm dealing. As you're slowly walking away like Homer into the bushes on that GIF. So that had happened all weekend. We were at Chip Coffey's reading, man, 5,000 people in that room. And he points over and he's like, oh, hey, I'm, and I mean, no disrespect. I'm really trying to do his voice. Okay. Anyway, I'm feeling you, and point it right to Stacey. I'm like, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I mean, cause what's the chances of that? Mm-hmm. And he's like, I got a real strong female presence, and it's just, and we couldn't figure out what he's talking about. Mm-hmm. And, we now know, but, so Serena, the next day, that's when she was just like feeling it. She's like, oh my God. Oh God. Oh, it's strong. And it's like, what's strong? Excuse me. And she's like, there's a female attached to you. She is attached to you. She is so strong. She is strong. And she don't like you. And like right over to Stacey. And I'm like, oh. And she's just like, you picked her, she's been with you. Remind her of her husband. She's been with you. And she described to a T a place that wasn't really even on the net. And if it was on the internet, it didn't have this room in it. There was no way to get all the facts right. And really describe it like she did, so much so that if you go to our YouTube and see her do a psychic walkthrough extra, that's from that place. Because, and you'll see the room we're talking about. So anyway, ever since then, the reason I don't talk about it all the time is because I never want anything attached to my name unless it's sir, master, something like that, doctor, whatever you want to say. But I don't ever want anything now. Let's say now. As of right now, I don't like things attached to me name-wise because I don't want to screw up our evidence. I don't want to taint what we may catch in a place. I don't want it to be, well, maybe that was your attachment. Maybe that, maybe it wasn't this, because I know the difference. And, so yes, I do hear things, and yes, it's been the same thing, all these years, and it helps me, and she enjoys to go grab what I'm looking for. So if I'm on an investigation, she goes and gets the ghost and brings them to me pretty much. And, so it's a lot deeper than that. That's probably a book all on its own that we've talked about many times whenever I'm feeling brave. But it is, it's part of life. It's just part of the package. So that part's normal for us. What's not normal for us is the fact that I was having a real rough few days, and it was this year, just an extremely rough few days. And I was getting some information that was very troubling to me. So something was trying to create chaos. And whenever something's trying to create chaos, spoiler alert, it's not a good thing. Very rarely is Glinda the Good Witch going to come and tell you something really horrible. Okay? There's ways to tell you that stuff, and without it causing disruptions. But this wasn't one of those ways. So, I went through a really bad spot. I mean, real bad. And I was having trouble adjusting to it. Well, I'm just going to be honest with you. So anyway, I was hoping this was over, but this thing was causing me pain. This thing was whatever. And I keep all that stuff really low key. Again, I was really happy this happened on a weekend because, hashtag Bruce Wayne job is a legit 65 hours a week of my time usually. And so anyway, I'm sleeping or trying to sleep, and I'm getting some, I'm like not all there, and I'll let Stacey take it from there.
Okay, so we were laying in the bed up here, and John had been feeling so bad, and he was going to try and sleep, and he was kind of going in and out, like he'd be awake and then not awake, and it was very strange. Like some of the times he just didn't seem like him, and I could tell the difference because anytime he would talk to me, you can see it in the eyes. Anybody that's married, you can, sometimes, you looked in his eyes and it just didn't look like him. So he was laying there, and I was laying next to him and just trying to kind of keep an eye on him because he was just doing really bad. And as he was laying there, I thought he was asleep, and I heard him laughing, only it was a really deep and creepy laugh. Like it was not his voice. So I kind of raised up and I was like, John, honey. And I touched his arm and I was like tapping him, and he looked at me and he had no idea what had just happened. And I said, are you all right? And he was like, yeah, I'm fine. And he laid back down. And after he laid back down, then I heard like a growling sound. Only this time it didn't come from John, but it was right there in the room, like right where John was, almost as though it was just standing right there. And that freaked me out. That was the kind of thing that you do not want to hear in your house. And
she never gets freaked out.
Yeah, it was bad. And the feeling in the room was horrible. And John kind of came to after that, and he looked at me, and he said that he was being told from his attachment that we needed to get rid of whatever was around. And he told me, the spirit guide told him what to do, and he told me, he was like, you need to go downstairs, you need to get a crystal, and you need to get some sage, and just told me everything that we were supposed to do to get rid of this thing. Now, found out later that John didn't remember telling me any of that, but it was him telling me because, you know, you could tell the difference.
I think honestly I think it was her, and I think it was just her talking, channeling. I think my doors were open, and I think that's what was going on, and that was my spirit guide, if you will, protecting a little bit. And I know that's happened before, you know, where something's been going on, and I'm trying to go under to maybe see something, meditate. Like I said, we do a lot of stuff we don't talk about, you know, because we're in the paranormal. So anyway, so I got him to get up, and he was still going in and out where it was him, like conscious John. I could tell it was him. And then like this weird distant John where he wouldn't respond to me and he acted very strange. And that was whatever this negative thing was. I mean, I could tell that it was affecting him, but I didn't know what to do about it because that's not our area of expertise specifically. So I was following the instructions that the spirit guide gave me. I got him to go downstairs. I wanted to take him out of the house, but I opted for the garage because I didn't want to go outside. But I didn't want to be in the house where the girls were. They were sleeping, and I didn't want... Didn't you say that I walked different? Like
you did. But I didn't want whatever it was to get off of you, but stay in the house. So we went out to the garage, and the whole time we were heading that way, like it was almost like you didn't want to go. And I had to keep like prodding you. And when you went down the stairs, it was like you stood straight out. Like you don't normally stand that straight. You were standing perfectly straight up and down. You went down the stairs. You were walking like, you know, your knees weren't hurting or anything. And it was very strange. And the closer we got to the garage, the harder it was for me to get you to go in there. And occasionally I would say your name. I'd say, John, come with me. We've got to go in here. And sometimes you would snap back and I could tell it was you and you would come with me, but then it was like you were gone again. But eventually I got you in the garage and we went in there, and our garage is, it's smaller. Like we don't keep our car in there. It's basically just storage, but I have a rug. And so I took you into the middle of the rug and I found this crystal that I have because she said to make sure you held a crystal. And I had this big quartz crystal, pretty good size and about 6 inches long and pretty thick. And I put it in your right hand, and you were supposed to grip it in your right hand. And then I was just supposed to take the sage and walk around you in a circle, sort of make like an area, a cleansing area, so to speak, and then just run the sage all over you. And so I started doing that. And as I was doing that, things were happening in the garage, very crazy things. And John doesn't remember any of this, but there were knocks and there were bangs. And we have a garage door opener, you know, it has the big piece that hangs on the ceiling, and it was rattling back and forth, and the door was rattling, the garage door, and just crazy stuff. But I did not stop what I was doing. I just kept using the sage and walking around in a circle. And essentially, I think the idea was that as you held the crystal and I was doing the cleansing, we were trying to take all the negative energy off of you and put it into that crystal so that it would be detached from you. That was the general idea that I got from the directions that, you know, you had been given. So after we had been doing it for a while, eventually you came back to you. And you started yelling, and you were like, oh, my hand is on fire. My hand is burning. And I think you had actually had pain. Like at first there was pain in the back of your neck. There was pain in your lower back. Then there was pain in your arm. And eventually your hand was burning. And by the time you snapped back to yourself all the way and you were crying about your hand, I was like, okay, you can drop the crystal now because you were totally you now. And so you turned your hand over, and I had to pry your fingers back. I had to pry the fingers back to get the crystal out of your hand, and you dropped it on the ground, and we looked at it, and we're talking about a clear quartz crystal, you know, rough quartz crystal, only now it wasn't clear. It had all these black streaks just completely running through it where it looked very dirty and dark. It did not look anything like it did when I first gave it to him. So he was completely bewildered, kind of knew what had been going on, but not really because you weren't in the consciousness. Your hand was completely blood red and looked like it had been blistered. And like John couldn't even move his fingers. All I could do was stand there and hold his hand out. And he was saying, my hand is burning. It hurts so bad. So I got a bag and I put it down on the ground, and I kind of kicked the crystal into the bag because I didn't want to touch it. And I rolled the bag up and closed it. And then I went and got some gauze and some cotton, and I wrapped it around your hand. And we decided we needed to get rid of the crystal. And so this is when your spirit guide came back in to give us more instructions. And, you know, she was like, get rid of it, get it out of your house, put it somewhere nobody will ever touch it. So we decided to throw it in the lake because we have a very large lake about 30 minutes from us. And we figured if we threw it to the bottom of the lake, nobody would be able to touch it. So you would think that's where the weird stuff ends and the creepy stuff, but it's not. So we got dressed. By this time, it was just, the sun was just coming up. We had been up all night dealing with this. It was horrific and creepy and scary. And we got in the car, and I had the bag, and I just held it on my lap, and we started driving towards where the lake was. And for several miles, as we left our house, we started noticing that there were dead birds on the road. And we never see that. It was very strange.
Very fresh.
I mean,
it was essentially like they just dropped.
Yeah. I mean, there weren't hundreds, but there were enough that you would notice, and it went on for quite some time. And the longer we drove with that bag in the car, the sicker we got. Like, just this horrible, nauseous feeling. It was awful. I mean, you could even roll the windows down. It didn't help. It was terrible. And finally, we got to the lake, and we pulled down to this area where you could stand where the deeper part is. And I just took the bag, and I unrolled it, and I grabbed the bottom of the bag, and I just sort of slung it so I wouldn't have to touch the crystal. And it went flying out into the lake. And I assume it's still in the bottom of the lake somewhere, hopefully.
Yeah, in an undisclosed location.
Yes. And so after that, though, the house was very different. Like, it felt lighter and better. John was better. And even his hand went back to normal.
Instantly.
Yeah. And everything was just, you know, back to normal, so to speak.
You know that the end of the craft, when they're all teaming up on her, and she's seeing the spiders and the snakes and all this stuff, and it's all crazy, right? You don't think stuff like that, although it's not that Hollywood, but you don't think stuff like that's, you know, possible,
right?
But it is the paranormal, and that was a crazy night, and you know, we've had other crazy nights, but that one kind of sticks. I'll never forget seeing that crystal, because that was one of the first things when I came to, and I'll never forget seeing the black was like you had held a lighter to it, like you had burned it, like it had been like those were burns, and but yeah, the black on that crystal was, because it's impossible to recreate that, and
right,
trust me, I tried, but it's and my hand was just it was just burned, man. It was really, really creepy, really crazy.
Definitely one of the creepiest things.
Yeah, there you go.
That's ever happened.
Yeah, that one was creepy.
Yes.
So we got right some funny stuff to that. You know, you're welcome. Play that one for your girlfriend. But yeah, that was very nuts. But I'm much better now. So, or am I? So, you know, got to thinking, subject change. So, let's talk about a little Halloween.
Okay.
And, you know, for Halloween, we last year had a good time because we went down to Boone, North Carolina, Kakalaki, and we went through this thing that's, you know, they have a lot of towns have their little events, and we used to do Bristol's for many, many, many moons in a row. And I don't know, it was okay, but a little bit for the smaller kids.
Yeah, I'll tell you the worst thing about the Bristol one is it's so early in the morning.
Yeah, it's not for us.
Yes.
I have to, you know, Bruce Wayne early 5 days a week, sometimes 6 days a week. So I get all the early I need. But, you know, so this is Boone does it late. And it was nice. You know, last year was beautiful. It was gorgeous, darling. And we had just came back from Maine, where it's really hard to get over Maine. If we have talked about that like nonstop, okay, about how Halloween is up there. It's still this event where there's a million kids everywhere, and it's just awesome. But it's not so much like that here. And we, you know, we wanted to go back to Boone this year because they put on a really good event, and it's a lot of fun, and the streets are packed, and there's music, and there's a haunted house and all kinds of fun little things, and everybody participates, and it's just a good vibe, man. That's a cool little college town and nestled in the mountains there. It's a cool place. And so we were going to go, and I was at work, and it was just piss pouring the rain. There were literal cats and dogs falling. It was just, it was just crazy. So, I get a hold of, the Raja, and I'm just like, we don't have to do this. If you still want to do this, that's fine. It's going to be really raining hard. And let me tell you about the claws. It was the claws. The claws came out on the girls. They're like, we're still doing it. And so I understand. Ariana looked awesome. She was a hammer horror vixen. She was a vampire girl from, Victorian age. Basically walked out of a movie of Hammer. That girl is like me playing dress up because she looks enough like me that it's all the fantasies I ever had about dressing up as a girl. I mean, that I never had.
I was super proud of her with that costume. She put that together herself. She found the dress and she found the mask. She wore like a masquerade mask, and she wore this beautiful Victorian dress. I got a bustle to put underneath it, so it did like the big butt thing. And she found the vampire teeth and the gloves.
Yeah.
And she put the whole thing together. It wasn't like a ready-made costume. Like, she worked on it.
It was awesome. And it was really cool. So we're there, and Kyler would have nothing to do with the costume, so he had to be tricked into a hoodie that had like dinosaur stuff on there that Raja put. So it looked like a costume, but it was kind of cool, man, because we get there, and yes, it's piss pouring rain. And the sky was a deluge, but still yet people were there. Not as many people as would be normal, but there was a lot of wet people there. Still had a good time. It's still Halloween, right? But it was kind of funny. We were going through person after person after person getting the candy, and they would be like, kid. They'd be like, happy Halloween, happy Halloween, happy Halloween. Ariana would walk up and they'd go, you're beautiful. Look how pretty you are. And so it's funny, after this long, she's just kind of like, yeah, thanks. She's very sweet. She's not like that. But it was a cool night for what it was. And, we did something else Halloween-y. And that Halloween-y thing would be a show called Ghost Adventures. So we enjoyed the Ghost Adventure special. How many of you guys watched it? Hopefully everybody. I can hear you right now. Oh, really? Did you miss it? Oh, okay. No, it was awesome, because I'm going to tell you a story about Corey and Jen, two American kids doing the best that they can. I don't know.
It was a good try.
So Corey and Jen, Corey, met him while we were up shooting a something, and a location to be named later, hopefully. And anyway, that's a lot of secretive stuff there, but we haven't been able to talk about that investigation very much, and it's got its own reasons why. But that's the night that I touched the Dybbuk box. We've talked about that. So dummy me. Corey had all kinds of fun toys. We were soulmates right off the bat. He's like, you want to play with my Frank's box? I'm like, yes, I want to play with your Frank's box. And he had all kinds of stuff, including a freaking Dybbuk box, as seen on one of Nick Groff's shows or something. But on Paranormal Lockdown, I think they had it. But anyway, we all know what happened, because John touches Dybbuk boxes. That's just, if it's there, hey, don't touch that. It's Pandora's box. What? This, that's just me. I can't help it. If it's demonic and you can touch it, I touch it. So yeah, we became fast friends, and fast forward a couple of years, and I get the word before the word was the bird on everywhere in the world, because it became world famous very quickly, that he had purchased the original house based on The Conjuring. Or The Conjuring was based on. And I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. It was really cool. So I give him a ring, and I was like, dude, I have to be part of that. I have to come up. He's like, yeah, man, no problem. I mean, absolutely. So we did, and we went up there. We drove up there, had a really weird time getting up there. But when we got up there, of course, you guys have heard that, and we documented the whole way. We haven't got to tell you a whole lot about inside, But we respected the rules of no filming or anything, because like the first day that it was announced that he got the place, Zach Bagans got a hold of him and is like, dude, I'm doing it. So that was part of the contract was, you know, you
It
can't,
was exclusive.
yeah, you can't have any of this, any of that, all this stuff. So they got to do it first, which I'm actually glad about, because they captured a lot of stuff that really was compelling evidence, and it also backed up a lot of things that's been happening to them in the last 4 months. So, you know, the things I've got to hear from Corey and Bill and John and Jen and everybody that's up there involved in it is all stuff that's really corroborated with what we've seen on the show. And, you know, there was a lot of things that we're going to talk about now about our feelings that happened when we were there that we couldn't talk about before, and especially inside. So if you've watched the episode, you've seen Andrea Perrin from the family that was really affected. When she was going into the place, she kind of knocks on that outside door a little bit, you know, hey, we're coming in. Well, inside that first room is really your control center. It's a newer part, but it's just as haunted as the rest, you would think, right? Wrong. So there's a door to the actual, from that room into that room's old too, don't get me wrong. But for some reason, when you walk into the living room, when you walk into the study, when you walk into the rest of the room, it's all kind of doored off from this one door. So right off the bat, you know you're in trouble when Corey's like, let me back up a little bit. So we're at this Paracon, and he's like, you guys want to go into the house and wait on me? I'll be right there. Yeah. He's like, you can walk around the grounds or whatever. So we go, and that's when we started live streaming, you know. But the thing was, man, you pull on a property sometimes, and, you know, especially with famous locations, you know, a lot of times you're let down. A lot of times the famous locations especially are not what they were built, and over time they've been built up, especially ones like this where somebody's owned it that wouldn't allow investigations. You know, you haven't had a lot of access, so you're going to build up stuff, especially after a movie where the movie took normal Hollywood liberties, but it was all based on actual stuff, you know, and a lot of the things that happened to them really happened. In fact, there's some things that happened to the girls that were way more harrowing in real life for me. Especially the thing coming up the steps when you didn't know if it was a family member or a demon, you know? So anyway, we get there and it just felt like we were wrong. Like it was out of time. Like we pulled onto the property and everything just felt weird. And we got out and it was just heavy. We walked around the property. There was just something, there's just something different about it. There's something, it's almost calming and disturbing at the same time. You know, it's one of those feelings. And the grounds especially, there's been so much happen there because this thing has seen Revolutionary War, Civil War, all kinds of things like that. It's very, I mean, this is important property. This was, you know, they made borders out of this property for the state. So, I mean, it's very intriguing. And there's things on the property that have not entirely been found yet or explored yet, but they did talk about it on the Ghost Adventure, so that's good. But with us, you know, when he got there, we were already feeling it. We were already really feeling the property. And we go in, and he's starting to talk about stuff, and he's like, well, you want to see the house? Yeah. And of course, we couldn't record. We couldn't do anything like that. We respect that. And so he also knocks on that door, the inside door, to go to the rest of the house. And it's like, hey, we're coming in, you know, and you kind of look at each other like, you know, there's no warning that's going to happen. It's like, geez, man, the feeling that you get when you walk from that first room into that next room, the feeling that you get right then, it's almost indescribable. Wouldn't you say? Yeah,
it's very different than anything I'd ever really experienced. Like when I was outside on the grounds, I kind of got like this unstable feeling, sort of nauseous and sort of dizzy, but almost like it's just hard to, you know, stand there. It was just a very wobbly feeling. And when you go inside, it's like that, but 100 times more.
Yeah, and this isn't our first rodeo, by far. I can relate that feeling to a couple of places. Not right off the top of my head, not every time there, but fourth floor at Waverly, at certain times.
Right.
Kind of feels like that. And, in a number of other places, but we were walking through there and we were talking to him, but at the same time, you're sensory overload. You're trying to take everything in, and it still is like you just walked into the 1700s. I mean, everything is so 1700 in there. And we walked into the study, which we've seen some really cool little evidence from there that I'd love to, share, but we can't, and that they've got since they've been there. But we go through there and we end up sitting at this original table. I mean, there's gun holes in the side of this place to shoot, soldiers. The place was a pub before. It's been homes. It's done everything. So much death in that house, and suicide and everything, right? Well, when I'm first in the house, I tell Stacey that I was picking up Bathsheba, and I was like, Bathsheba's here. And I was just, it's kind of a whisper, just telling her. And then we get the stories, that basically, everything in the movie was, that Bathsheba wasn't a witch, or there's no proof of her being a witch. There's no proof of all these legends they have about her. Right. It seems like one of those falsely accused things. And, she didn't live there or anything. So there's really no reason for her to be there. But I totally picked it up. And of course, it's been picked up by many other people. I'm telling you that I do believe she's there. I don't know, what she's doing, but I do believe she's there. But regardless, we sat at the table for a long time talking, and it was just still that feeling, just a strange feeling, man. And upstairs in the bedrooms, way worse. Just when you're in those bedrooms, it's bad. Yeah. There's a weird window in Andrea's old bedroom.
Yeah, inside the house.
Inside the house, there's a partition that goes to the like a little hallway, and then you could see down into the other bedroom for the girls, right? And when you could be in Andrea's room, and there's a freaking door, and with no door on it, it's a door frame, and then there's a window beside it with curtains. And looking out that way. I hate that window.
It was weird.
The window bothers me. But she would talk about how she could sit there and, see them down there, and they'd have to run. There's a weird ass closet that's just evil and on both sides. Right. Just dark, man. Just really dark. And you just feel it. You feel like you're being looked at. You feel like you're being stared at. Down in the basement where you seen the water coming in and stuff. There's a lot of crazy stuff that's happened in there, in that basement. There's a lot of crazy stuff that still happens in that basement. They didn't really touch on some of the interactions that that the dad had with a spirit in the basement.
And I think that's because he wasn't there to corroborate any of those stories. I think they really just wanted to stick with the people that were there, what their experiences were, so that they could have it firsthand.
Yeah, absolutely. But, hey, listen, if you haven't watched it, go out of your way to watch it. It's a really good episode.
They did a really good job. I think that they really covered everything as good as they could, and that it was presented very well, and they really did get some good evidence.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's done well, and everything's on the mark. So it's good stuff. I think you'll enjoy it, and especially just the history on the place is cool. But, we were going to have, and we're still going to interview Corey and Jen, and, sort of get what's going on with them. I'm working on something, because I could do just a normal interview, or I could do something really cool. And that's what I've got to reach out to them about, because I've got a really cool idea. So I'm going to work on that a little bit. But, yeah, you're going to be hearing from them sooner than later. So I'm really excited about that, and excited for where we go from here. A lot of good experiences and evidence. There was one thing that I was going to touch on. Andrea Perrin, she also does a whole lot of ufology type stuff. She does like contact in the desert type events, and she's really good at it. I mean, she allegedly can stand there and just sort of like, however they do those contact events, where they all like concentrate on it and the UFO shows up and whatever. She does that, right? Well, you imagine like Skinwalker Ranch. People talk about that for everything, like cattle mutilation, demons, UFOs, everything. Mm-hmm. That's kind of what this property seems to be. It's more of a portal to everything, weird and strange, macabre, evil, whatever you want to put. It seems like everything is ready to go there. There's been UFO sightings.
Right.
And there's been the demonic type stuff. Once again, are they connected? Well, it seems that way. But regardless, they didn't go down that rabbit hole. But there was one thing that happened. If you watch the episode, you'll see this video where the lights are just, that kind of reminded me of our lamp. You know?
Yeah, because no one was in the house and the light was just flickering on and off, on and off, on and off, kind of like our lamp was doing.
So yeah, I mean, just a really cool episode, really cool Halloween thing, and it was really nice to finally see it.
Yes, been so excited waiting on it.
Yeah, absolutely. So in keeping with creepy stuff,
okay,
I got a really cool article that I was reading, and I liked it, so I thought I'd bring it to the table.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. So Yahoo Lifestyle, Yahoo's still a thing apparently. They put out the creepiest stories of 2019, like the creepiest things, and I thought that was pretty cool. And I went through it, and a lot of it was stories that we had done.
Oh, cool.
Or most of it was stories we've done.
Right.
So I was going to go through what they consider the creepiest things of 2019.
Okay.
So couple's new home was the stuff of horror movies. You'll remember this one.
Okay.
After relocating from their Jefferson City, Missouri home, we talked about Missouri when we were doing it for some reason, because they were convinced it belonged to hundreds of spirits. A couple is now renting out the apparently haunted property as an Airbnb.
That's right.
Because we want to go so bad.
Yes.
In October 2017, Aaron and Aaron Clark, yes, both Aarons, spelled differently, bought the 5,000 square foot house called Hobo Hill, so named for the masses of homeless people that historically occupied the land. A few months after moving in, they claimed there were strange occurrences, displaced noises, footsteps, shadow figures. Every night at 11:15, I heard the same sound in the attic, Aaron tells Yahoo Lifestyle. It was as though someone dropped a heavy box and was dragging it across the floor. That's creepy, man. The couple's daughter, then 7, also began sleepwalking. She walked with a shuffle and tilted head and spoke in tongues. The stuff of horror movies, says Aaron. One night I found her sobbing at her bedroom window. Then she turned around with the creepiest, widest smile, like she was possessed. The energy in the house was aggressive, says Aaron, a former police officer, even scaring the family's pet pit bull, who refused to approach the stairs. When they ask him, he says, "Ruh-roh." No. Basically, we went through all this, and after 7 months, the family had had enough. To prevent another family from experiencing the same disturbances, the family now rents the property through Evolve, a vacation rental platform that lists the home on Airbnb and other websites, attracting brave and curious visitors. Guests have seen shadow people, orbs, and one group was so scared they couldn't spend the night. They checked out at midnight. The property was featured in an August episode of Travel Channel's The Dead Files. Now the family has found peace in their new home and rarely visit, except for Aaron's mother, who is the caretaker. She claims that an invisible force knocked her off a stepladder while painting and while cleaning.
Wow.
And that she heard footsteps in the attic. My daughter calls it the scary house, says Aaron. So pretty nuts, man. They still have an activity like that.
I do remember that. That was a fairly recent story, and we did talk about trying to book that place.
Oh, yeah. Some bartenders allege thirsty ghosts showed up for last call. In July, 2 months after the opening of Milner's Gate Brewery in Idaho, 2 barmen captured what they believed to be ghostly patrons showing up for last call. In YouTube security footage, 4 bar stools move out from under the bar as if pulled by someone or something. Taking a seat, a second video filmed days later shows a ghostly light dancing in front of the bar. General Manager Chris Erkey tells Yahoo Lifestyle that the Freemasons, a secret worldwide fraternity, once met with regularity on the property. It's always the Masons.
It is.
The timing, he says, was ironic. We found a clock that was stopped at the 11th hour, and our staff decided to continue a Freemasonry tradition in which every morning and night at 11, we rang a bell for the fallen member, says Irky. Both ghostly episodes were recorded at 10:59 p.m., by the way. Since the video, employees have heard voices and scraping sounds that mimic stools dragged on the floor. My friend saw a man in a top hat standing behind me, bartender Brian Rambur tells Yahoo Lifestyle. And once, late at night, we heard a female voice say, hello? She wanted service. Oh, so it'd been like, hello? Recently, he claims, 2 frying baskets hanging over a cold kitchen stove did a backwards flip onto the floor. The men believe their bar holds meaning for spirits and say paranormal experts have identified one as James, whose voice was heard on a tape during an investigation saying, hi, I'm James. No, it doesn't say that.
I was going to say that narrows it down.
So, yeah, that one's cool, and the video is cool as well. You could see the video, and you can see that link on paranormalsideshow.com. Ghost hunters play ball with the spirit of the dead girl. This one's also cool, and it's also on video. Paranormal investigators in Ireland says they played with the spirit of a little girl during a ghost hunt at a private home. Not very Irish, sorry. According to Sharon Rectory's Facebook page, double murder, that's not a person, that's a place. A double murder took place at the residence in the 1700s, and paranormal investigators Ireland also believe a little girl who witnessed the crimes was killed. Hoping to engage the spirit whose voice can allegedly be heard throughout the home, they brought a child's ball to the property.
Of course they did. I would have.
Ghost hunter Carrie Malone tells Yahoo Lifestyle that while the family who resides in the home is lovely, there's a heavy and hostile energy in the space. Normally when we get to a location, the team disperses to set up equipment for the investigation, she says. However, in Sharon Rectory, we agreed that no team member should ever be left alone for their own safety. After placing the ball at the top of the stairs, the crew watched it bounce down the steps on live footage. When they rushed to the stairs, they felt a threatening presence. Emma Tully, 30, whose parents have lived in the home for 22 years, tell Yahoo Lifestyle that after her parents moved into the home, doors slammed and pictures fell off the wall. Even now, after periods of silence, all hell breaks loose. According to psychic mediums who have visited the home, the spirit girl's age is estimated at 8. Tully says there is a demonic energy attached to the girl's spirit, and visitors are always cautioned. The girl has been seen by many in the house, including my sister Victoria and mother, says Tully. On many occasions, we have heard a young girl talking in the house when no one else was there. Both myself and my mother have been called Mama by something unseen.
That's weird.
Yeah, it is. This happens quite a lot to Stacey.
Yes, it does.
Other spirits who allegedly live in the home, says Tully, are the Blue Lady, the spirit of a former occupant, and the Tall Man, whom Tully describes as a threatening 7-foot tall shadow figure who appears at night and stands at the end of your bed. She also alleges that her family has been restrained in their beds by an unseen force.
Oh, like sleep paralysis kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tully resides in a guest house on the property with her husband and 2 children, while her parents stay in the main home. The most common question asked of Tully is, why haven't her parents moved out? Tully says her parents learned about the severity of the haunting after purchasing the home. They spent their life savings here, so they can't just leave, she says. My parents don't want to be scared in their own home. They've been through a lot. That one's pretty crazy, but there's the footage. Also, there's a link, so it's pretty cool that you can get the footage.
Now, those weren't stories that we did on the show because it's hard with video footage since we can't show it. But I'll link to this so you can all go look at the videos.
Yeah. It's
this is all from this year.
And it's all worth your time.
Yes.
Ghost children play in one of America's most haunted homes. Also video here, so it'll be cool to go to the website and you can check out all these videos. In April, Baton Rouge couple Brandon and Taryn Hunt reportedly visited Myrtle's plantation in St. Francisville, Louisiana. Known as one of America's most haunted homes, the 1800s bed and breakfast is allegedly haunted by a slave girl named Chloe. First photographed in 1992, the couple filmed on the property and during a playback saw what resembled 3 pairs of translucent feet walking across the floor. We were freaking out when we saw the video. It was totally surprising. We didn't know what it was or what to expect or how it could have happened, Brandon said, according to the Daily Mail. Hester Eby of Myrtle's Plantation tells Yahoo Lifestyle that children have died on the property from yellow fever, poisoning, or natural death. It's 3 that are just like, which one of these is not like the other? There are spirits here. Our ghost children sometimes play with or touch guests to wake them up. But nothing here means harm, she says. When young souls are afoot, flowery fragrances, allegedly worn by their mothers, can be detected in the house. The spirits are where the heart is, says Eby, adding that rainy weather can draw them out. In the South, we welcome spirits. I just want to do, in the South, we welcome spirits, she tells Yahoo Lifestyle. We're glad when guests can capture them on video. Y'all want some hot sauce? No, so very cool. Of course, Myrtle's is haunted.
Absolutely.
But the video footage is also really cool. So it's one of those destinations it's worth your time going to. So you want to go to one that's really haunted. Myrtle's is really haunted. Everybody gets a story from Myrtle's. Invisible energy yanks sleeping baby's leg. Now, this is my most hated video of the year just because it freaks me out. Rob and Becky Moss of Oxford, Michigan, that's the problem right there, it's Michigan, turned on their baby monitor this summer to see a white object floating around their 1-year-old son as he slept in his crib. I'd poop my pants. I said, Rob, look at this orb. Becky tells Yahoo Lifestyle. Filming the monitor with a cell phone, the couple watched the orb approach the boy. Now, see, no.
You see, I don't understand that.
You see, no. Suddenly, his leg and lower body were lifted into the air as though he was being yanked. Again, no. The video, nearly 2 minutes long, shows the toddler sitting up, seemingly disturbed by the motion, before falling back towards the mattress. When the Mosses walking into their son's bedroom, he was sleeping and stirring awake. I was holding the monitor and we could see the orb on the screen, but not in the room, Becky tells Yahoo Lifestyle. Becky says their son has no medical condition that would cause his body to jerk upward in his sleep. Well, yeah, there's not many of those. There have not been disturbances since, or so they believe. However, Becky says that a few weeks later, while watching the living room camera monitor, she saw an orb drop from the ceiling and make a sharp left, headed towards the bedroom. Something might be in our house, but we aren't fearful, and it doesn't seem negative. She says, people have told us to use sage and hire a ghost team, but we don't want to stir up more activity. All right, Becky, let me tell you something, sis. When a ghost yanks your baby's leg up in the air, that's considered negative. I'm just telling you. When you wake up a sweet little sleeping baby, that's also considered negative. If you get anywhere near my babies, I consider it negative. So I'm just giving you some tips, some ghost hunting tips that you don't want to hire a ghost hunting team. If you ever do, and you want one that'll whoop a ghost ass for messing with a baby, I am available even for Michigan. Michigan is a strange haunted place.
It is. It is.
The video is creepy. That's all I can say. It's creepy. So this one makes me sad.
Okay.
Market Basket employee claimed elderly ghost appeared in grocery store. One evening in March, former Market Basket baker, I love how it's former. I knew right off the bat, because it's this year. And it's
right.
Former Market Basket baker Christina Bush was icing a cake at the Wilmington, Mass branch of the New England supermarket chain when she looked up and saw a ghost-like woman. Ghost-like. Like, how are you ghost? It's like, excuse me, ma'am, you need a tan and you're somewhat translucent. Bush, a ghost skeptic, described the figure to Today. She was old. She had short, curly grandma hair.
Did she say grandma hair?
Yes. She, like every grandmother's haircut. And she was in this white dressing gown, like every grandmother, and had a white hair cap, like every grandmother. And she wasn't wearing shoes, like every grandmother.
Yeah.
I thought it was really strange that she wasn't wearing shoes. Now, out of everything,
right,
that's the part you're going to pick up on.
Right. I mean, she's ghost-like.
Yeah, she's blue,
Yeah.
In a split second, she says, the woman evaporated. That she did both. And when I turned around to bring the cake back, she's Southern too. Obviously, she moved.
Right.
And when I turned around to bring the cake back to the counter, I saw the lady in the background. She was staring right at me, Bush told Today. I looked down for a second because it didn't register, and when I looked back, she was gone. Bush posted her sighting to Instagram asking, "This is going to sound really strange, y'all, but has anyone seen a ghost in Wilmington Market Basket?" The post created ghost hysteria, with rumors reaching the Wilmington Police Department, who shared a Facebook video featuring comical proof of the haunting. Yes, the video we can link to, they're being mean. They put a fake little like sheet outside saying it was a ghost. Eventually, Market Basket corporate officials released a statement. "As far as we know, all of our stores are ghost-free. But if there's anything to it, she's probably attracted to our Victorian-era prices." Bush, who no longer works at Market Basket, you think?
Yeah.
Or resides in the town, or gives anything to the policeman's ball, tells Yahoo Lifestyle that the figure, which stood 15 feet away in the frozen aisle, disappeared when she briefly looked away. "I have never experienced anything like this," she says. "I definitely saw her." She turned into one of those I know what I saw people. We're a club.
Yes.
I'm going to start the I know what I saw club. Since Bush's departure, she's heard rumors of weird stuff occurring at the store. However, no one has stepped forward with proof, probably because they want to keep their job.
Right.
Representatives of Market Basket did not respond to Yahoo Lifestyle's request for further comment. They probably had nothing else cool to say.
Just the fact that they came out and said that all of their stores are ghost free probably means that every store they have is haunted.
Yeah. I would definitely listen, y'all. I'm looking at you right now. You know who you are. Our Mass listeners. You need to go in this place, Wilmington, Mass, and take a little recorder in with you, please. Just go down cereal
Go
aisle.
to the milk or wherever.
Look at the Fruity Loops and just be like, "Is there anybody here, Fruit Loops? If there is, could you say hello, Fruit Loops?" And no one will even think anything. So next, a woman faints during haunted tour when touched by a ghost orb. We've all seen this video.
We did this story, I believe.
Oh yeah, we did this. This one's awesome. Basically, it's like it sounds. It was in June, and there was also a man that had the same thing happen. It was at Zach Bagan's Haunted Museum, so definitely we'll put this one up too. We've done the story though, so the next one, another baby monitor story. Now these baby monitors are pretty cool, man. I thought about buying one, and I am going to buy one of. They've got the night vision on them. They've got all that, and it's catching these ghosts like crazy. I don't know if there's some special deal or some kind of thing. I'm going to use it for investigating. I really am, because sometimes things get created. There was a Sony camcorder at one time that, didn't mean to, but it was kind of X-ray. And people used it for nefarious purposes.
Right.
So, but it's like that Panasonic recorder, right?
Yeah, people swear by it.
People still, and the thing hadn't been made in years, over a decade, and people will still use it. So every now and then something comes out that ends up being, good stuff, and I'm going to get one of these. But anyway, I think this happened somewhere not too strange. Baby monitor captures ghost near crib after scratches appear on child. When a 1-year-old girl in Michigan woke up with purple scratches on her face. Oh my God.
Oh God, right on her face. Wow.
Her parents checked the baby monitor and reportedly viewed a ghostly presence walking by the crib, startling their daughter Lily. "It was chilling," father with Joshua Higgins told WXYZ. "It was literally a chill down your spine. Like that what if factor. Is this what I just saw?" Heather Bro, Lily's mom, said it's almost like she sees something that we don't. She added that whatever allegedly scratched their daughter came for her too. "It scares us that it could do something else," Bro told XYZ. There was a morning I woke up and I felt someone's hands were around my neck. According to the Daily Mail, Bro has heard screaming, stomping, and laughing in the home. There have been times where me and my fiance would wake up in the morning and I would hear an angry male voice, like someone had stubbed their toe. What? She reportedly said, what is it like? Oh!
Lots of cursing and hopping around.
The couple lives in a guest house belonging to Higgins. Oh, really? And his two Dobermans. Belonging to Higgins' parents. reported people. There's a lot of different reportings here, like Daily Mail, People, XYZ.
Everybody covered it.
Yeah. The couple could not be reached, though, by Yahoo Lifestyle for comment. They're probably like, who's that calling? Yahoo, is that still a thing? Anyway, yeah, that's a creepy story. So we'll put the video on here. But man, I tell you what, again, ghost scratches on my baby's face.
Yep.
There's going to be a reckoning.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
And hands around my neck. I'm gone. See ya. The next one. This one was weird, man. This one, we talked about this and we're like, man, there's no way that's legit. That's something's going on there. But mom records Dobby ghost figure hobbling down her driveway.
Oh, yes. We talked about this, and I think that the consensus on it was the son playing a joke.
Yeah, people say skeptics cast the figure as Gomez's 9-year-old son sleepwalking or dancing with underwear on his head. A majority said it resembled Dobby, an elf from the film Harry Potter, or an alien ghost hybrid. This wasn't altered or photoshopped and no trick photography, Gomez wrote on Facebook. Gomez did not return Yahoo Lifestyle's request for comment when speaking to Inside Edition, though. Gomez said the figure was not her son Bobby. No, I wouldn't let him in the dark by himself, she said, which makes sense. The mother's camera only recorded 10 seconds of footage, she told the website, but she believes the entity disappeared into a field across the street. I don't know. Everybody wants to debunk and not believe. We're the ones that always go on the side of let's not make fun of this person.
Right.
Let's be open. And, nothing has still come out. No one has still come out with any kind of concrete proof that it was something else. If you watch the video, it is bizarre. It is. There are little things that call into question, obviously, but it is bizarre. And we'll go ahead and put it back on there. We talked about it in depth. We gave our opinions. Our opinions are the fact that it's a hoax, okay?
And not intentional by her.
No.
Even though she doesn't allow her son to go outside, and maybe he ran out as a joke, and
right,
something like that. It's not, somebody did something.
The cool thing about living in the day we're living in is everybody's getting these security cameras on the outsides of their homes with night vision. So we're seeing a lot of crazy stuff, and we're going to keep seeing a lot of crazy stuff. The more cameras there are, the more opportunities we have to see these top things. And let me just say, that's my opinion that somebody's doing that. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not something, nefarious.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't go alien though. If it was something, I would say it's a little person. Like it's a truly an elf or something like that, something earthbound. I don't know. Who's to say, right?
Right.
But go on there and look at it, tell us what you think. So the next one. Mom terrified to turn on baby monitor when ghost woman visits daughter.
A lot of those baby monitor stories this year.
Oh yeah, man. It's I mean it's pretty nuts.
Is this the one that we talked about? The cocoon cam?
That's what it is, yeah.
Yeah.
In June, Los Angeles mom Natalie Wallace checked her cocoon cam baby monitor, recording her sleeping 6-month-old baby, and saw weird splotches on the screen. While the cam's motion detector creates colored images indicating movement, Ruby was sleeping motionless, says Wallace. I joked to my husband, what if it's ghost? Wallace told Yahoo Lifestyle. I said aloud, spirits, if you're here, give us a sign. And 3 red lines appeared on the screen. The next evening, Wallace's husband replayed footage of their napping daughter and saw a pink and purple figure shaped like a woman floating over the bassinet. Other frames showed a group of human-like shapes watching over the sleeping baby. Gary McMath, marketing chief at Cocoon, told the Wall Street Journal that poor installation likely generated the mysterious figures. When the camera is properly installed, the computer vision would focus on the baby's motions, waking, sleeping, even breathing, he said. McMath also said curtain movement can create the splotches, though, as the Wall Street Journal states, there were no curtains in the baby's room. We have gotten a few calls, emails asking about similar phenomena, he also said. The company spokesperson tells Yahoo Lifestyle, our product, Cocoon Cam, is intended for monitoring children when sleeping to ensure their safety and well-being. There are no other intended purposes for Cocoon Cam beyond the prescribed usage. Wallace, however, suspects that their home is haunted, which she says she confirmed with a medium. She said the female figure is one of my grandmothers, who is benevolent. She tells Yahoo Lifestyles, not like my grandmother's. It might be my grandmother, but she ain't benevolent unless she changed a whole lot. The others are all connected to the home in some way. Since Wallace's images went viral in a local Facebook mom group, is that a thing?
Yeah.
Oh, she politely asked any spirits to leave and has considered calling a ghost hunting group to investigate. I haven't turned on the baby monitor all summer, she admits, but I'm ready to look again. We'll tell you what, again, we are ready. Just give us a holler and we'll come.
My favorite part of that story is how the guy from the company tried to say that it did that because it wasn't installed correctly. And I believe in the story it's supposed to be hung on a wall and they have it sitting on a dresser. So I don't really see what the difference is in that, but that's what he said. But my favorite part is that he admitted that other people had asked about the same phenomena.
Yeah, and if it was like 2 people, it wouldn't be mentioned.
Right. But he said several. He's downplaying that.
Oh, yeah.
And not everybody is going to not install that correctly.
Dude, I'll tell you who's going to install it correctly is me. When I have that stupid thing, I'm just going to get it and put it on our bed.
There you go.
Can you imagine what you see dancing around that thing? I don't know if I want to see, especially if it's like that one story we had that you wanted to tell at the first. Maybe we'll see the little pink object, doing some exploration.
If you put a baby monitor in our room, I am going to turn it off if we're doing anything hashtaggy.
Why? There could be a chance somebody's hacking it. Doesn't that turn you? It turns me on.
I mean, I suppose if somebody really wanted to see, they could watch through our smart TV.
Yeah.
Or our phone.
Or for a small donation, just DM me, and we'll live stream.
Wow.
So, what?
Okay. Anyway.
It's Patreon, man. That's a new level. What kind of level would that be?
A non-existent level.
You're no fun. DM me. So next one. Woman claims ghost got into bed with her sleeping father.
Huh.
Yeah, there's a video of it. 24-year-old woman caused panic in April by tweeting footage of her father allegedly sleeping with a ghost.
That is a terrible way to say that.
Couple things here. Why is she even seeing that?
I have no idea.
And, that's what I'm going to say, too.
She had a baby monitor on her dad.
I'm just going to be like, oh, no, Ariana, that was a ghost. Don't, just tell mama that it was a ghost when she gets home. Ghost named Trixie. No, my dad has been feeling his sheets being messed with. I read it wrong the first time to myself, is why I laughed.
Oh, I see.
My dad has been feeling his sheets being messed with someone sitting on his bed in the night. So he set up a camera. Well, we just got it explained to us.
There you go.
Wrote Cheyenne Rachel with a wonderful spelling of Cheyenne. It's using S, S-H-Y. I like that because when you usually call him Shy, and that would really be Shy.
Yes, it would.
This is what he saw. I'm freaked out. She actually says, I'm freaked, and it says TF out. It puts it as it's a direct quote.
Right.
I hope that Cheyenne didn't actually go, this is what I saw. I'm freaked TF out.
No, I'm sure she didn't. I'm sure they just edited for, content.
Can I start doing that on the show?
No.
Since you won't let me cuss, I can be like, TF. She wrote, look really closely to the sheets lifting. In the beginning, on the left of the screen. It's so weird. Dad falls to sleep, and sometime during the night, I see something in the middle of the sheets just raise right up. I know it's a ghost. No, sorry. I had to do that. So basically, yes, he's dead asleep. And if you look, I watched it, you do see the sheets moving. And it looks like there's something there too, as well. While her father sleeps, his covers are disturbed as someone's getting into the bed with him. Then a figure appears to sit up and disappears.
That's weird.
While blankets settle back down on the bed. I watched it, and it is weird. Rachel did not return Yahoo Lifestyle's request. Poor Yahoo Lifestyle.
I know. Nobody wants to talk to them.
Why do they even put that in there?
I don't know. Like, nobody talks to us.
Everybody's like, is that still a thing? But I picture Google's headquarters and like this really dark hall in the basement.
Right.
The very end of it says Yahoo. But anyway. She tweeted that her father used a motion-activated home security camera to capture his strange bedmate. When asked how long her parents have lived in the home, Rachel answered, like 10 years, but my parents collect antiques and weird old emoji tea. So I think they brought something into the house with an attachment. Good old Cheyenne, just
classy girl.
Talking to the newspapers and national, and she's just cussing all over the place.
Yeah, it's very professional.
Very proud of you, Cheyenne. Keep it classy. But that's the creepiest stories of 2019, and most of those are on film. So we're going to have
according to Yahoo.
Yeah, according to Yahoo. But hey, I agree. So it's really cool stuff, and the videos are cool because it's always cool to see actual legitimate ghost footage. So go to paranormalsideshow.com right now. We'll wait. You can watch them. And if they're not there, it's because Stacey hasn't updated the website yet. So pretend it's 3 days from now and go back and watch it then. Either way, it'll be there. All right, this other list that is groovy, baby. The thing about this other list is happening with the explanation that I did earlier.
Right.
We had that first half of the intro, second half of the intro. This is the second half. So before I do that list, let me tell you a couple things. These are some cool things. So I took the kids last week to see AEW live, the wrestling, and it was live on TV. We were on TV the whole time.
You were?
We were on camera side. It was amazing. Taking Cody to this week as well. We're going to Nashville for a couple days. And then we're going back to Nashville a couple more days for some other stuff. Just some fun all the way around, right? I got some really cool news. Some really, really, really cool, groovy, amazing news. I am booked for the Bobby Eaton show, and it is beautiful Bobby Eaton of the Midnight Express. And if you're not a 1980s wrestling fan, you may not know, but he's also done a million other things, and he has been a trainer. I managed him a little in the 2000s, but he's just a wonderful human being, and all the proceeds go directly to Bobby. It's a Fight TV pay-per-view, so if you've ever wanted to watch me on pay-per-view, you can actually get this December 14th on Fight TV, and I will be managing another legend from the 80s and 90s, the Barbarian. The Barbarian was one half of the Powers of Pain. They were NWA Tag Team Champions, and then he went to WWE, and they were the Powers of Pain there with the Warlord Barbarian. Came back to WCW, Nitro, and was Faces of Fear with Ming and the Barbarian. And Ming is, of course, the father of the guys, the GOD from New Japan Pro Wrestling. So anyway, the Barbarian, the only experience I've had with him is we faced him once and he beat the tar out of me with a trash can. So I'm going to be happy to be on his side because he's a very angry Islander. And me and Islanders, we have a big history. They love me. They can't get enough of me. I don't know why. Maybe it's because somewhere deep inside they know how much I love islands. We were watching a video earlier about the least visited country in the world.
Yes.
And I absolutely want to go live there. It's in the South Pacific. And
it's this tiny island.
And it's a big ring. It's just a big ring. It's the land mass.
It's called Tuvalu.
Yeah. Oh my God, guys.
Beautiful.
Guys, if you watch how the people are here, you're all going to want to move there. And I really shouldn't be sharing this with you, but since I'm going to be there, I would like you guys to be there because I love you guys. But you could probably find this video pretty easily, but it's on Tuvalu. You might have to actually look up least, I visited the least visited country or whatever. But it's really, really cool. People share everything. Like if they go out and fish during the day, they bring it back and they just share and they share everything. And plus, you just go sleep wherever you want. Like you walk in somebody's house and you're just going to sleep there and everybody's fine. No big deal. So I love it. The people were just all smiling and just amazing. And I watched another video and it really gives you perspective on the world because there was an Egyptian who was here in the United States and he went to a small town in Kansas. And they were, everybody was really nice and very welcoming and everything. And he was kind of emotional. And he's like, I didn't know what to expect when I came here. I expected people to be, bigots and everything. Right. He's like, they've been so warm and welcoming and loving and all this stuff. And, I was talking to Stacey. I was like, that's how it always is. No matter where we go, we get that no matter,
no matter what. And I think 99.9% of the world is like that. I think that where it's not like that is when you turn on CNN or you turn on, these networks that try to spread fear, amongst you and all that stuff. So anyway, that's some cool things in our modern world. Like we said, man, we've had some weird curse-like craziness going on with this show. This particular episode has been strange. It's just not been able to get off the ground. And we never have that kind of problem. Like, the show is our retreat from distress. It's our escape from anything. Like, our world could be crumbling, but when we're talking to you guys, we feel completely better. And it's really kind of nuts how that works. I'm going to a comedy club this coming Wednesday in Nashville for, honestly, my favorite podcast. Conrad Thompson does a bunch of, he's a real estate mogul guy that just loved wrestling. And he does a lot of really popular podcasts. And one of the ones, he does What Happened When, he does the one with Something to Talk About or something like that, Something to Wrestle With, that's it. But he does the one with Jim Ross, good old JR. So I am so excited. Good old JR and Tony Schiavone, the voice of my childhood and the voice of wrestling, is going to be there with Conrad Thompson. I got tickets. I'm going to go down and hang out with the guys and listen to their live stage show there at the comedy. I forget what the name of that comedy club is. Zanies, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
And
it's in Nashville.
So Zanies is right in the heart of Nashville. So going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait for that because I love listening to other podcasters. But it got me thinking, you know what we need to do?
What's that?
We need to do the Sideshow live.
I don't know about that.
Why? No, not live like now.
Right.
Live on stage. And we can have a bunch of zany characters come out. And
I mean, possibly, yes. Possibly.
Imagine this. So we get like 10 of our strangest stories, right?
Right.
And we invite those people on stage to come in and be part of this. So if there was a bunch of kids somewhere in Africa that got possessed by a demon, we invite those kids.
We're going to invite the demon too, tell his side of the story.
Well, I figure the demon's still there. So we'll have those kids come in and we'll just be like, we'll have somebody dressed as a demon to scare the kids again without them knowing.
This sounds very expensive.
No, it's kids from Africa. It's like the cup of a coffee, right? I mean, what?
Cup of a coffee.
Well, the price of a cup of coffee.
And this is why we don't do live shows.
Well, no, I was just saying that's what Sally Struthers said. I'm sure if we like paid for like a big Slurpee for each of them, that we could get them all. No. All right, I'm just saying that's what it said on TV. I felt really guilty about that. I was like, I'll be glad to buy a cup of coffee for them. I don't know why they want coffee so bad, but I mean, I guess when you don't have food, the caffeine kind of like knocks it out a little bit.
Maybe.
But anyway, I haven't seen one of those in a while. Okay, so we won't do that. That's fine. I understand. I see how you are. So you guys remember like when I was talking about a surprise that was coming and then we had to book? You remember that? Huh? Well, that happened, right? That was one of the surprises. Remember I was talking about there was another surprise and something else we were working on? Well, I've alluded to it a million times and we've been working on it. So then we worked on that and we kind of threw it away, torched it. And then we had to work on another one and we kind of threw it away, torched it. And now we have a new one and we also can't tell you about it, but I am telling you about it and you're smart enough to know. So I'm just saying this one has like 10 stars. It's a great surprise. It's an awesome surprise. And I can't wait to share. I cannot wait to share because I really feel positivity. I'm going to do positivity. I feel really good. So what I'm asking for here, because I can't give details, but what I'm asking for is for everybody out there in the sound of my voice. I want you to reach out and touch that TV screen. You hear me? Touch that TV screen and feel me. I tell you what I'm doing right now. I know we're not listening to TV, but you might be listening to your phone. So I want you to put your hand on your phone. I want you to put your hand on your phone. I want you to put your hand on your listening device. if you're listening to this from space, I want you to put your hand on your headphones, and I want you to give me some positive energy. I ain't asking for your money. But it'd be nice, Daddy. You can send your money if you want to, Daddy. But listen, what I'm asking for is your positivity. I want your positivity, your positive thoughts, your positive energy. Give it to the project. Just give it to the project. Think in your head really hard. John and Stacey project. Okay, I'm good.
You feel better now?
I feel good. I feel all the positive energy flowing.
There you go.
I'm afraid a couple of people accidentally turned off their phones during this. So hopefully they'll be able to find this. And so I just got an update on the show. I was pulling up this article I'm getting ready to do. Mm-hmm. And the update was, please hurry. Some tickets left. Sorry about my voice. Standing room in the balcony, and it was like $300
for what show?
It was a wrestling show, but
oh my gosh, $300 to stand in the balcony.
It was standing room, balcony, $300 a ticket. I'm sorry, my balance is not good enough to stand in the balcony for a 3-hour show.
Yeah, no,
Can you imagine being one of the people that got a seat in the balcony? And you're pretty happy, right?
Right.
Let's say you got right up front in the balcony. I love front balcony. Mm-hmm. And you're sitting there, you're like, oh man, this is good. I can put my feet up. Nobody, and you got some weird dude right beside you, just standing there. I mean,
they probably have to stand in the back of the balcony.
That's just weird.
Which is crazy for how much that costs.
That's got to be a fire violation. I mean, that's got to be.
I thought it was weird when we went to that New Japan show. There was standing room only tickets.
Yeah.
And people were standing all along the outside, which was great view. You could see because the way the setup was.
Right.
I mean,
ECW Arena.
They probably got those tickets pretty cheap.
Yeah.
And you could see really easily, but it was just strange to see everybody standing around.
Yeah, it was. Especially in Philadelphia. You just want to be careful. So, all right. So this really cool article that I found. And I found this because this show was originally on Halloween. So go back in your Go Back machine and just imagine it's Halloween. Mm-hmm. But it's still a cool article, regardless. And you know the difference in Stacey's news and my articles is I don't give a damn to credit the people and just say, all right, so this came from the Mirror and it's an article and I'm not going to read it precisely, but when I do, I'm going to read what it says. So I do paraphrase and all that good stuff and para-jump. So, all right. So this is a list. Creepy real horror film locations that you can go to. You can't go to all of these legally. Mm-hmm. So I kind of didn't like the article because it's like, I mean, yeah, 3 Mile Island, but you might not want to go.
Yeah, and you might get arrested.
Or glow at night. Anyway, so being the season it is, I consider November creepier than October. I love October better, but November's always been a really, really sharp month for me. Mm-hmm. It's the worst. I mean, man, some of the worst things that's ever happened to me have happened in November. And I'm one of these people that don't do well with the dark months. So knock on wood, I've done okay so far. Mm-hmm. But I don't do good with the dark months. Every year, same thing. And I've had some of the worst things ever in my life happen in November. So if that's you as well, just so you know, I also had one of the best things ever in my life happen in November. And its name is Ariana. So, I think that brings a little light to it all. So obviously, one of the places, and I'll start here, The Shining. Mm-hmm. Yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah. So the cool thing about that is it's the Timberline Lodge in Oregon.
Right.
It's what played the part of the terrifying Overlook Hotel in Kubrick's adaptation. That word means loosely based on.
Very loosely based.
Of Stephen King's thriller, and plenty of exterior shots were used for filming. Nowadays, the Timberline is still a working hotel, and it's popular for those after dreamy ski holidays. Albeit no signs of creepy twin ghost or naked.
So that's where they filmed the movie.
Yeah, that's where they filmed the movie. Oh. So that's a famous misconception because people think that it's
the Stanley.
Right. So people will book vacations at the Stanley or go investigate the Stanley. No, the Stanley was where Stephen King stayed and had this experience that made him write The Shining. The Shining itself in all its majesty was filmed at the Timberline.
Right.
And I would rather go to the Timberline because that place looks amazing. And it's really up there. Like, I just wish they had this old black, caretaker. Out of all actors in all films ever,
Right.
he has to be one of the warmest, one of my favorite. Like, I could have had that guy adopt me when I was a child.
Right.
And been the happiest kid in the world. I just want him to look down at me and just be like, not move his lips, be like, "Oh, John, you can hear me, can't you?" You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
God, I love that guy. I love his voice.
Right.
I think he did voice acting in something else.
I'm sure.
Like, I really think he did a cartoon, and I can't remember what it is, but I just love that dude, man.
Well, I would like to go there to see where that movie was filmed, but I still want to go to the Stanley because Stanley is still a haunted hotel. That's pretty awesome looking. So we'll just have to book both of them.
Yeah, it's like, the Stanley, it's no surprise that the Stanley got his creative juices flowing. The hotel said to be haunted, with some guests reporting sounds of an ominous piano being played and heard at night. And Stephen King heard the piano, which is cool, in that room. And that's just energy, that's just really cool energy. Next is one that everybody knows, the iconic look of it, but the Amityville Horror. The 1979 horror film, and that really always freaks me out too, because nowadays, if there was a gruesome murder, which happens all the time, unfortunately, just like in Mexico, that family of Mormons just got brutalized. It's horrible. Like, they were talking to the dad for the first time earlier, and I don't want to see his reaction.
Right.
The media is so terrible.
I know.
It's like, let's see this guy's pain. And the 1979 horror film is said to be based on a true story of events at number 112 Ocean Avenue in the town of Amityville. The house was the setting for the 1974 murders where Ronald DeFeo Jr. shot and killed 6 members of his family. It's just so close after it happened. But that's not even the one that it was based on. A year later, George and Kathy Lutz moved into the home with their 3 children, but moved out after less than a month after claiming to have been terrorized by supernatural beings. I've always thought we're the smart ones. Like, a month. Like, a lot of times we read these stories and they're like, well, we're stuck here. I would be like, F you, F the bank, F America, I'm out. Although you can't actually go inside the house, thanks article, which is privately owned, you can easily wander down Ocean Avenue and yeah, you can. You could be a creep.
You could, yeah.
But,
I'm sure they love that.
Oh, yeah. They just adore it. It was for sale not long ago.
It was, and somebody bought it. So did they film that movie in the actual house? No. So this is just the house from the movie.
Yeah.
Not the house where it actually happened, right?
Right.
Okay.
No. This is the house where it actually happened.
Oh, okay.
It's not the house from the movie. You've got me all confused now.
I thought the list was all about film sets. That's why I was asking if it was the same place. I didn't know if they filmed in the actual location or not.
Well, Stacey, you're correct. That is what the list is supposed to be. But unfortunately, we're dealing with the Mirror. And sometimes they don't take a whole lot of time in naming their articles.
Right.
I believe the correctly named article would be, some of these are actual filming locations and some are the location the film was based on.
Okay.
That you can actually visit.
Right. I got you.
You can go to Warner Brothers and visit them all on the back lot.
I'm sure.
So this next one is my favorite one of all. And I want to kick myself in the teeth for not going to this location, because I am going to do a photo shoot and I want to do it next year. Absolutely. Sometime between spring, summer. I'm going to go to this location with you.
Okay. And
we're going to get a photo shoot. And everybody's going to know all our listeners are going to know when they see the updated photos. The Exorcist stairs.
Ah, yes.
The steps where Father Damien Karras, just when I hear the name, it makes me want to watch the movie.
I know.
Is thrown after jumping out a window while possessed by a demon have become iconic. Located in Washington, D.C.'s Georgetown neighborhood, on the corner of Prospect Street and 36th Street Northwest, Nowadays, the steps are often visited by horror film fans on tours of iconic locations in the city. They've been dubbed the Exorcist Stairs, and there's even a plaque to commemorate their brief Hollywood stint. And it's funny that a set of stairs are so iconic, you know? But I think it would be what a wonderful place to get your
picture taken.
Yeah, you should let me throw you.
Yeah, that sounds wonderful.
And see if you land in the same spot.
Yeah, no.
You'll be fine.
With my head on backwards?
Yeah. Well, you'll be okay. Oh, I forget his head's on backwards. Is his head on backwards?
You don't see it, but I thought that's what they said.
I thought he talked to him. How did he talk to him? But did he talk in reverse? Sorry. The next one, Friday the 13th. Now, I know this story because this one's always freaked me out.
Okay.
This has always freaked me out. Camp Crystal Lake is a real place, but it goes by name Camp No Bosco. Camp No Bosco. And it's hyphenated. And it doesn't have a terrifying killer out on the rampage that we know of.
Right.
The camp, located in New Jersey, so there's all kinds of killers, is private property owned by the Boy Scouts of America. So you can't turn up and have a wander around, but the good news is that you can join official guided tours, which showcase Friday the 13th filming locations. It's always bothered me that in order to film this slasher, movie, that they had to pay the Boy Scouts of America.
Well, maybe the Boy Scouts didn't own it when they made the movie. Maybe that was a recent acquisition. I don't know.
I bet they did.
I don't know.
All right.
Hey,
next.
Boy Scouts have to raise money somehow. They don't sell cookies.
Dang, I never thought about that. They don't sell cookies.
They don't.
What are the Boy Scouts? We don't do. I mean, I was a Cub Scout. We didn't do anything. I mean, just cause trouble. That was it. That's crazy. The Blair Witch Project. The woods where the 3 students go in search of the Blair Witch are very real.
Obviously.
As opposed to the fake trees.
Right.
As the film was shot on location, the bulk of filming took place in Seneca Creek State Park in Maryland, USA. Unsurprisingly, the abandoned Black Rock Mill also caught the crew's attention as a filming spot, and film fans visit as part of the Seneca Creek Trail, although you can't go inside because of its decrepit condition. Wink, wink. Next one, place I don't care to go, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, as you guessed it, filmed across a series of locations in Texas. A lot of locations are near Austin, such as Bilbo's Texas Landmark, the gas station in the film, as well as Baghdad's cemetery. The Sawyer family house, where Leatherface and his cannibalistic family live, is located in Kingsland, Texas, on the grounds of the Antlers Hotel. It was actually initially located about 10 miles north of Austin, but in 1998, it was bought by a hotel, dismantled, and moved to its new home. So yeah, you can go stay in that. Wow, it'd be great. Next is another one I would love to go to. And this would just be the film Something With You, where you do your hair like her, and we can have some fun. Night of the Living Dead. If you think you're brave enough to head to the cemetery where the dead came alive and began hunting the living, then Evans City in Pennsylvania needs to be on your radar. It was here that a bulk of scenes in the terrifying 1968 hit film were shot, and Evans City Cemetery is where the dead arose. They're coming to get you, Barbara. Look, there's one of them now.
I wonder where that
Johnny,
is.
stop it.
We have to go back to Pennsylvania soon.
I know
where that is.
We're going to find out. Because, wouldn't that be great?
That'd be funny.
And my name's John. So you could be like, Johnny, stop it. Stop it, Johnny. I'm scared. Yeah, that'd be great. We'll have to hire somebody, like get a bum or something. Be like, look, dude, I'll give you $10 or a cup of coffee. I hear that works. The next one is a movie that freaked me out when I was a kid.
Okay.
The Hills Have Eyes. God, I hated that movie because just that one dude that acts in it. Oh God. Anyway, those creepy desert landscapes in the original 1977 film were not the stuff of a studio film set, but shot on location in Victorville, California in the Mojave Desert.
Wow.
However, unlike in the film, there isn't an abandoned nuclear site, which is secretly the home of flesh-eating mutants. What you will find are some pretty spectacular landscapes for a breathtaking road trip, far less dramatic than the one in the film, as well as hiking trails, caverns, visitor centers, plenty of places to be in David Pilates' new book.
I've never seen that movie.
The 2006 remake, however, wasn't filmed in Victorville, but instead it was filmed in Morocco. The next, The Silence of the Lambs.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Scenes for Silence of the Lambs were shot across a host of locations in Pennsylvania, such as Pittsburgh, Rural Valley, Homestead, Glen Willard, and Canonsburg.
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo Bill's house is a real home in Periopolis.
Is it?
Yes. Although it's privately owned, so you won't be able to go inside unless you can always knock and just
be like, excuse me.
Just be like, hello, Clarice. Unlike in the film, where it was purposely made to look run down, the 5-bedroom house is actually quite picturesque and does not feature a torture chamber.
Really?
Yeah. No torture chamber.
Well, there'd be no reason to go see it then.
I bet they got one. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to. Next is The Birds.
I thought this one might be on there.
Yes. So, although the novel is set in England, Alfred Hitchcock's film adaptation was shot in Bodega Bay, California. Locals say that Hitchcock chose the bay because of its bleak, treeless hills, as well as its quiet fishing harbor and the foggy weather conditions that are often found here. Do you think that maybe there's a chance that do you think maybe there's a chance that Bodega Bay uses that as advertising? They're like, come to Bodega Bay for our bleak treeless hills and our quiet fishing harbor, foggy weather conditions that are often found here.
Lovely birds.
Yes, and all the birds. Locations include the Potter School, Taylor Street, Dickman's Bay Store. Yeah, Dick Man's Bay Store. Mm-hmm. That sounds like an interesting place. As well as Tide's Wharf and Restaurant. Nowadays, Bodega Bay has a visitor center where you can find guides with all of the locations. However, the famous fire scenes were filmed at Universal Studios using special effects. The next one is The Witches. Now, this movie was always weird to me because it was one of those movies where I figured out that children's movies from the UK were a bit scarier than children's movies in the United States. Mm-hmm. The film terrified us as kids. And the worst part of it all is it took place in the UK. In fact, that horrific moment when the witches peel off their masks to reveal their spine-chilling real selves, that scene took place at the Headland Hotel in Newquay. Nowadays, hotel staff have children keeping a lookout for any mice who might need help. For some comic relief, the hotel was also the setting for scenes in a Mr. Bean episode. Village of the Damned. The Village of the Damned is a real village. Although it doesn't have the creepy goings-on that occur in the film, the fictional village of Midwich is actually Letchmore Heath in Hertfordshire, while nearby Aldham also served as a location for some of the exterior shots. In the 1995 remake of the film, Midwich was recreated in Point Reyes Station, California. Now, I like their list, but, it was very iconic of places you can go visit.
Is that the end of the list?
No. Because, I always like to have a good number one. Mm-hmm. And, out of horror movie locations that I would want to go visit, there's only one that I can think of that right off the bat would be like, I gotta go there.
Okay.
Birdemic.
I was waiting for the Birdemic.
Shock and terror. So Birdemic is a 2010 American independent romantic horror film.
Romantic horror.
I kid you not, it identifies as a American independent romantic horror film.
The first half of it was
first 45 minutes
all about the romance.
We were into the romance.
Yes.
Written, directed, produced, and destroyed by James Nguyen, and starring, it doesn't matter who it stars. It's inspired by Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds. Birdemic tells the story of a romance between the two main characters as their small town is attacked by birds. The film was largely self-financed.
Was it? Was it?
And was produced through Nguyen's Movie Head Pictures Company for a budget of less than $10,000.
$10? No, it wasn't $10.
The film has gained notoriety for its poor quality, with many critics citing it as one of the worst films of all time. After a limited theatrical release, you're killing me. The film was picked up for distribution by Severin Films in 2010. A sequel, Birdemic 2: The Resurrection, was released in 2013. The sequel received even worse reviews.
Wait, I've never seen the sequel.
It's a whole.
We have a mission.
Oh my God, it's a whole new thing.
They released that movie in theaters.
Oh yeah, yeah. Not for very long.
Oh, we have to find Birdemic 2.
Yeah, he wanted it to be available for like awards and stuff. So if you want a movie award, you have to have it in a theater. I was trying to see. Okay, so here it is. Nguyen was inspired to write the script for Birdemic Shock and Terror while spending time relaxing in Half Moon Bay, California. Mm-hmm. And much of the filming took place in the area surrounding the community. Mm-hmm. Birdemic began production in 2006 and took 4 years to produce. Partly due to time limitations, filming was done mostly on weekends over the course of 7 months, and also due to financial restraints as it was financed through Nguyen's day job, plus the time it took for Nguyen to find a distributor. The movie was also inspired by Alfred Hitchcock's 63 The Birds. The movie contains several anti-war statements. On the DVD commentary, the director explained that one early inspiration for the movie was the anti-war movie Apocalypse Now, and that at the end of the movie, the birds stopped their attack because they wanted to have peace and give to humans a second chance to help the environment. He said that as production continued, he became more influenced by Al Gore's movie, The Inconvenient Truth, which is more about global warming. The movie is one of several in the uptick of bird horror films inspired by Hitchcock's movie. During filming of Birdemic, Nguyen instructed star Whitney Moore not to socialize with her co-star Alan Baugh after filming. On the commentary, Moore said they did not get permits to film at specific locations. Instead, they would just show up and sometimes got kicked out. She said at one point they were filming on a public jogging trail and Nguyen started yelling at joggers who were getting into shot. Moore told him not to yell at people who were not associated with the film, and he responded by refusing to talk to her for 3 weeks. He gave her direction using her co-star. The film was produced, like I said, for less than $10,000. There were hardly any crew members on the movie, and the actors performed most of the roles themselves, and that would normally be produced by crew. They often held their own microphones, sometimes between their knees. Moore was in charge of the makeup after the first 2 makeup women quit. The film uses fake names for crew members in the credits in order to appear more legitimate.
Wow. That is sad.
It's the best thing ever.
But I can't wait to see the second one.
I got to see if Birdemic 2 is done with the Riff Tracks guys.
Oh, yeah. That makes it even better.
Because they'll remember the first horror of Birdemic. Listen, people, I know we've pitched this movie. Mm-hmm. So we've pitched this movie so many times that we need to get one of those stars on.
You know, back to your little list here. Do you know one place that I know that you want to visit that wasn't on the list, but I think it may be because you can't go there anymore? The original Evil Dead.
Yeah, what's because it was torn down.
The cabin was torn down?
I went there when I used to work in the town.
Well, I thought that it was close.
I asked one of the guys. Mm-hmm. He showed me the 2 local whorehouses.
Right.
And it was Brenda's by the river and Brenda's number 2.
Well, Brenda gets around.
And they were both on the same piece of road right beside the river.
Right.
And they had a little red light in front. And you could always see cop cars pulled in there, but not because they were busting people. Well, they were busting something.
Right.
It wasn't people. And then there's a honky tonk like right after those, and you can normally see people fighting in front. I kid you not. But you keep going up in the mountains, and he took me up to where the cabin was on the other side of this gully or whatever, but the bridge was no longer passable.
Right.
So yeah, it was there.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I just knew you could go to it somehow if you knew, but you had to know exactly where it was.
You have to know a local.
Yeah.
And I don't think that it's there anymore. And he could have just took me somewhere to try to kill me. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, these were locals to that town, and that town was one of the most backwoods places ever. Right. And I know we have listeners from there, and I'm telling the truth about the backwoods part. I'm not saying that I'm not. I'm just saying that this place was also. But there's my list. And so I hope you enjoyed it. I think it's cool. But you know what's really cool is the fact that we have a shit ton of amazing news, and we're going to get to it right about now.
Coming to you direct from the Sideshow Intercontinental Center for Strange Events and Odd Irregularities, she's more stealthy than a Cold War era spy. If it's from beyond the grave or above the sky, there's only one girl who looks under every rock to see. She's got your mysterious goodies and spells Stacey with an E. It's now time for Stacey Edwards and Paranormal News.
All right, so let's get to the news.
Let's talk about something real quick.
Okay.
So, me and Stacey, we were talking about Birdemic, and obviously, I would have to say it's maybe one of our favorite movies ever. But so we started looking up James Gwynn, and it's Nguyen. It's. I apologize for the.
It's like Nguyen or Gwyn.
It's like NGYU something or another. Anyway, our favorite director. We need to learn how to say his name. So he takes himself very serious, and that's really the comedy to it. Is he thinks he's a serious director, and he thinks he's one of the world's greatest, unknown talents. Kind of
right.
Very inspired by Hitchcock. He never went to film school and all that.
Really.
So not only did Birdemic 2, with the in 3D. He's currently filming Birdemic 3, which will be the final of the trilogy.
Right.
But this mastermind that he also has a movie called Julie and Jack that is set in Silicon Valley and all this.
It was his first movie,
It's his first movie. It's available on Amazon Prime, the Riff Tracks version, which I highly suggest that you go there. Birdemic Live from Riff Tracks is available on Amazon Prime, as is Birdemic. But also, you'd have to rent this one, but never was it released, and it went straight to Riff Tracks. Completely filmed in green screen, and Bill Corbett of Mystery Science and Riff Tracks fame actually joked about the fact that most people figured out not to use green screen.
Right, for an entire movie. He thinks it's,
because he's doing a virtual reality movie or whatever. So some of the wonderful things is there's scenes where you supposedly see people floating over their chairs because they're not sitting in the chair they're supposed to be sitting in. But it's called Replica, and it's on there. So we're going to watch Replica and Birdemic Live, and we're going to watch Julie and Jack. God help us. We may do these on the same night. I don't know if we'll die from laughter.
I don't know.
But I don't know if I can take Birdemic again, so I'm going to watch it live and with other people.
I almost couldn't just scroll through and look for them. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah, so just thought we would throw that out there. If you guys are looking for a good laugh and you have yet to watch Birdemic, I do suggest you start there.
Yes.
Riff Tracks version.
That'll give you a good feel for the style and
give it a chance.
what you're going to see.
Give it a chance, because the mastermind he is. I read a whole interview. Yes, I did. A whole interview with him, and he's talking about, the first half of the movie is just based on the romance. But I give clues, foreshadowing of polar bears dying because they watch TV. And I'm
the
like,
polar bears watch TV?
No, but that's another movie, I'm sure. Okay, on to the news.
Yes, news. I have an entire pile of news here. Okay, so I want to start with this article that was done by CNN.com.
Okay.
And I picked this one to go first because when we started the show, it was Halloween. And this is about ghost hunters. And I thought this was an interesting article for CNN to do. And the title of the article is Ghost Hunters Say This Is Their Biggest Fear, and it has nothing to do with ghosts.
Oh.
And it's a really interesting article because they talk to a lot of people that we know. They talk to Dave Schrader, they talk to Jason Hawes, they talk to different people that are on different shows and ask them questions about what really scares them when they're doing what they do. And the funniest thing about it is that most of them say that it's not the ghosts that scare them, it's the living people.
Right.
The ones those are the people that they are most worried about when they go on investigations, because honestly, you don't know who you're going to run into when you're going on. And we've talked about this quite a lot. And the bulk of the article was when they were talking to Jason Hawes, because he's restarted Ghost Nation, and they wanted to get him in there. And so they asked him, like, give us some tips, what kind of tips do you go by when you investigate, and what sort of things do you look for, and what sort of things bother you? And he said that, tip number one, people are strange. And that's
when you're
like,
a stranger.
Yeah. And that's sort of the theme that got reiterated by a lot of these different people they talked to. And he even told this story where they went to this house this one time. It was like this elderly woman, and she invited them to come to her home because she was afraid that there was something going on. And so they were chatting in the living room, and she excused herself to make some tea. So she went into the kitchen, and he said 10 minutes later, she came out with a frying pan, and she thought that they were intruders. And she was yelling at them to get out of her house.
Oh my God.
And, that's the kind of thing you have to be careful of. He said that on another occasion, this man invited them to inspect a home that he owned for haunting, and he had already moved out of the house. So they went to the home that was supposedly abandoned, and there were squatters in there, and they were back there doing drugs, and they walked in, and all these people were in there.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So, it's just one of those things that you always have to be on guard.
Yeah.
When you go, investigating.
Absolutely. I mean, we've had to search buildings like crazy because of abandoned buildings and stuff that we've been told by the owner, hey, you guys can do this. But yeah, we still have to search because there's signs of people, squatting and whatnot.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
terrifying.
And he said that also, when you go on investigations, one thing, and we've talked about this before, it's not that you're going to run into ghosts, but you're going to run into a lot of things that are hazardous. Mold, places that are not sturdy,
Right.
where you could fall, where you could, stairs with no handrails. A lot of these buildings are decrepit and run down and things like that. And those are things that you have to really be worried about.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of ghost hunters that actually have gotten very sick because of black mold and such.
Yeah, I think we did a news story on that a few years ago. There was a tip in here. One of the tips that they offered was not to play with Ouija boards. That is a tip that's in this article.
Yeah.
And it says, there's real life stories of people that play with them and don't know what they're doing. And, we've talked about that. And they mentioned, The Exorcist. Of course, that's the main one everybody goes to, the one that everybody knows.
I bet Dave Schrader said that.
Another tip that they gave was not to taunt dead people.
Yep.
That is a big one. And it says, here's another paranormal no-no. Do not challenge or otherwise provoke the spirits. And, they talk about, Dave Schrader talked about this one where he went to the notorious Whaley House in San Diego and ended up challenging an entity that had spooked a psychic that was with him. I guess it just made him angry, that defense thing.
Yeah.
You understand that.
I do.
And, he had been pushed or something happened to him, because that's definitely a no-no. You don't go anywhere and start provoking the spirits.
Ashley Clark. She got messed with one night, and I challenged and ended up having a thing with me for quite a while. Yeah, I mean, same deal.
Yeah, same deal. And the final tip that they offer on this one is not to be too proud to run if you have to.
No.
Now, I know we don't run, and in here it doesn't talk. None of these investigators claimed that they run, but they did say that they have left a location when it started feeling too much, too heavy. And, we've done that once, I think, because it wasn't just me and you. There was a lot of other people, and there were some bad feelings, and we thought that it was just best to leave at that point.
One time.
Actually, we just left an area. We didn't leave the house.
Yeah. It was only an area, but it was... we had straight up disembodied voices, and we had, knocks and footsteps and all this normal stuff, right? Except when you're in complete pitch darkness and everybody's feeling like you're going to be attacked. And there was shortness of breath. There was almost at that point, whether you're having a group, oh my God, like some kind of group psychosis because you've already heard some things. Or not, it's still real, and you need to get out of that area and just readjust.
Right. Just sort of collect yourselves and calm down.
I really think, though, that's the only time that that's ever happened. I've had to leave a location one time for a medical reason because I was attacked.
Right.
And I had a EMT with us, and thank God he was a giant, and he was able to get me out of the place. But as soon as I got out, I felt better.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, it happens. So it's a really interesting article, and of course, there's going to be a link for it. You should read it. I thought it was funny. One thing Dave Schrader did say is that a little-known occupational hazard for the paranormal investigator is just the sheer tedium of it, because most of the time nothing happens, or you go somewhere and you can attribute everything to construction or bad wiring or pipes or whatever.
And I'll give one that they didn't say. You really need to vet your team.
Yes, absolutely.
If you're going to, have a open investigation and you're just starting a team, I know some friends of ours, like the Carters, they're starting a team and all this. It's really great, solid advice. People are always asking us, right? So we've had a lot of times in the past that we didn't properly vet the team and let somebody bring somebody along. Hey, they're wanting to join and all this, and that's fine, right? Back in those days. But then you get there and maybe this person is not reputable. Maybe they're in it for the thrill, or they're in it to try to scare other people, not taking it serious enough. And you know what? You only need one time of bad evidence or pissing off a homeowner or a business owner for the news to spread. And, so just make sure you know who you're investigating with, and you know enough about them that they're a serious person. Have a practice place. A lot of times teams will have a practice.
Yeah, like a go-to spot where they take people to show them.
Right. Most every team has a place that they can go as many times as they want. And, I would try that and just make sure that they do proper techniques and listen and all that good stuff.
I like having places like that because it's like those places where, like Wes Forsythe was talking about, where eventually you go so much the spirits know you, so you know that you're going to get something when you go.
Right.
So it's really handy to have like that go-to spot.
Absolutely.
But anyway, interesting article. Thought that I'd just throw a link up for that so everybody can go read it. So this next article that I have is really interesting, written by a guest writer. His name is Alex Aronson. And he wrote this article because he is an actor, and he played an extra on a paranormal reality show. And the headline for the article is, "I worked on a paranormal reality show, but what I saw off camera really terrified me." And what I like about this article, and I'm not going to give away everything in it because it's kind of a long read, but it's really interesting. He is not a paranormal guy. Doesn't do paranormal TV. He just applied to play a ghost in one of the reenactments. And he had no idea. He got the part. There was no speaking. Basically he just looked the part. And so he got it, and he went and he talks about his experience going and what he saw and how they were shooting the show. And one of the things that surprised him that I thought was funny was that he didn't realize that they were going to be on location. Like, he's like, when I drove up, it was a haunted house. Like, he thought he was going to go to some set and do some reenactment stuff, and he went to the actual location.
Right.
And they dressed him up. He talked about talking to the homeowners and how they were telling him about the experiences, and they dressed him, and he said that he came out of the house with his outfit on, and they were like, "Oh, you're him," and so he was like, what does that mean? And so he got all the stories, and it's really interesting. And during his time there, they were all outside and they were eating lunch, and his shoot was going to be after they were done eating. And so all the crew, everybody was outside and they were eating, and he happened to look up at the house, and he saw something in the window exactly where the stories were that you were supposed to see something. And he said something to the woman, and she was like, "Oh yeah, that's him." And there wasn't anyone in the house. I mean, everybody was outside.
Right.
And he even verified it with like the producer and everything. They're like, "No, nobody's in there." So I thought that was a really cool story it's somebody that had no idea going into it what to expect, actually had a real experience and got to see the process of how, the whole show was being filmed and that sort of thing.
You talk about trigger objects. When you're dressed as the main ghost.
Yeah.
Ariana got to play in my Ghost Brothers episode. She got to play a ghost girl. And it was during the day at that haunted location in some of the most haunted places, for it. And, so there's a little bit of trepidation that goes into the fact of, just because it's daytime doesn't mean they're not there.
Exactly. Exactly.
I remember hearing knocks and stuff all through the day. So
yeah. Well, again, another really cool story that I picked up because it's Halloween. It was a spooky story, but it's a really interesting read, especially if you're interested in, paranormal television shows, how they do those. All right, so let's move on. Let's talk about some treasure hunters.
Oh, yeah.
Love treasure hunters. All right, so this is a story about a father and son treasure hunting team. Their names are Dennis and Kim Parada, and they have this little treasure hunting company. They call it Finders Keepers. And a while back, now this is something that's been going on for several years, and a while back they were looking for a fabled cache of Civil War era gold. And they believed that they had figured out where it was. So as the story goes, this is from 1863, the Battle of Gettysburg.
Right.
The Union Army sent a shipment of gold from Wheeling, West Virginia to Philadelphia. And the wagon train left Wheeling, West Virginia. It was like 400-mile mission carrying 2 tons of gold. It was supposed to be used to pay the Union soldiers. But first it had to make it to, the U.S. Mint in Philadelphia, and it never made it.
Right.
And eventually, I believe when it didn't show up, they went to look for it, and it was last spotted in St. Mary's, Pennsylvania, and searchers found the wagons and the bodies of dead soldiers, but the gold was gone.
Right.
So this has been this legend, 150 plus year legend. People have been looking for this gold. Nobody knew where it was. So this father and son believed that they had found the spot where it was buried. The problem is the spot that they found was on like state park land.
Right.
It's not a place that they could dig. And they really wanted to, but they couldn't. So what happened was last March, supposedly the treasure hunters led the FBI up into the mountainous, heavily wooded area to show where they thought that it was buried. Like they were leading people up there and showing them the exact spot. And they were saying, this is where we believe it is. And we really want to dig for this, but, got to have permits and all this stuff. And so the FBI was like, look, we're going to hire a company to scan and see if there's anything down there. And then, we'll let you know. And so they hired like an outside firm to conduct an underground scan. And the scan had identified a large metallic mass that had the density of gold.
Wow.
So the father and son, they had this agreement with the FBI agents. The FBI was going to let them watch the excavation. Okay?
Yeah.
And that was the deal. They
Right.
led them up there. They did the scan.
I'm sure they were.
Yeah. So they were like, you can watch us do the excavation. So when time came for the digging to happen, the FBI came up there to dig, but they confined them to the car. They couldn't see anything that was happening. They were just sitting in the car. And so after a few hours, they finally led them up there like, okay, you can come up here and see. And they saw this hole, but they hadn't dug far enough down to get to where the treasure was. And they're like, and the guy from the FBI was like, so it's pretty late. It's getting dark. We got to stop for today. This is what we've done. We haven't found anything yet. We told you you could see. Here you could see. So they went back the next day, and again the next day they were confined to their car and not let up to the dig site. They
Right.
couldn't even see it from the car. And eventually, after they had been there for hours, they were escorted up the hill to the dig site. But then it was like this huge empty hole, and the FBI was like, we're done. There isn't anything here. They're just showing. He's like, they were super embarrassed because they made it seem like they had made this big mistake. And
Right.
look, there's nothing in this hole.
Right.
But the Paradas claim, and other neighbors in the area claim, that there was late night work going on up there, and that there were FBI convoys, and the FBI is not telling the whole story. That something else happened, and nobody is talking about it. So the reason this has come up recently is because the Paradas got a lawyer.
Yeah.
And they were like, look, this isn't the way it was supposed to be. And they went to the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, who's over that land, and they were like, we need to know what happened with the FBI. And they wouldn't say anything. They said it was a closed, everything was sealed. They couldn't do anything. So recently a court ruled that the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources had to hand over all the communications between them and the FBI about the excavation, that there is absolutely no reason why any of those records should be sealed.
Right.
And that they do have to hand them over. So it was a big win for them in that department. Doesn't mean that they're going to find out anything, but I think the whole thing sounds really fishy.
Oh, very, very.
Yeah, absolutely fishy. The FBI tried to say that they couldn't say anything because it was an ongoing investigation.
Right.
But if they didn't find anything, I don't see
That
what the
they would have
problem
known
is.
nothing about.
Right. Exactly.
Otherwise.
Exactly.
Oh man, that's crazy. I wonder if they had like Struck and Page up there digging. That was
I have no idea.
That's really crazy though. It doesn't surprise me at all.
But I thought that was
Maybe they found a UFO.
You never know. I mean, I believe they say the gold's supposed to be worth about $55 million now.
Oh my God.
And and even if they don't have any claim on it, they still just wanted to be there to say, hey, look, we found
They
this.
should have got something from it.
Yeah, recognition at the very least.
I would have got a contract saying, look, there should be 55 million. You guys can have 50 of it.
Right. Well, isn't there such a thing as a finder's fee?
Well, especially
like
when
1%,
especially
2%?
when you don't know where the hell it was to start with.
Right, exactly. So I'm hoping that they do have a lawyer. I'm hoping that something else comes of it and they do find out exactly what happened, because to me that just sounds like they really found it.
So once again, if that was me, I would have got a job at the Parks and Rec.
Right.
I would have been a park ranger. I've been the best one they had for a solid year.
Right.
And I would have took the night shift.
And just been digging up there, right?
And you and I would be up there digging. No one would have thought anything about it. And then
leave every day with like 2-3 gold bars in your bag.
And then all of a sudden there was oh my God, I found a hole.
Right.
Such a hole.
Look at this vandalism. I don't know who did this.
I believe I'm going to quit now. Oh, look what I found over here on this land I purchased. Like 5 miles down the road.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, okay. So let's move on. So let's talk about some space type news. And this first story is about the Air Force space plane that has been on a 2-year mission in orbit.
I remember that.
And nobody knows what it's up there doing.
I went nuts about it when it first went up.
Right. Well, it's back now.
Okay.
But they still haven't. It's an unmanned U.S. Air Force space plane, but it returned to Earth after more than 2 years orbiting the planet, and nobody even knows why. They still haven't said what it was doing, why it was up there, why it's back. Nothing.
Why do they even tease us about it being back?
I don't know. I don't know why they even talk about it. But supposedly, there's a lot of theories as to what the mission is, including, maybe testing an experimental propulsion system that doesn't use any fuel.
Which I've been hearing a lot about that lately.
Right, and because it was up there for 2 years, I mean, that could be the case where they sent it up there to see how long it could run. Another theory is that it's doing surveillance, going around orbit, just doing surveillance. They're claiming that maybe it could be some kind of weapons research. And there's also a theory that there's another mission planned for it to launch next year. Yeah. But again, nobody knows why.
Maybe it was up there like getting right next to the Black Knight satellite.
I don't know. It's really strange because as open as NASA is about their space missions and what they're doing and, with the cameras and everything, it's weird that they would send something up and not say what it was for.
I mean, so it was actually NASA.
Well, no, it's an Air Force space plane.
So since it was Air Force, if it's national security, I get it. I guess so. You see some of the stuff that our enemies are putting out right now. So, if they're doing something to try to test something, I do get it. I just wish they would say that.
Right. And they did say that it's the Air Force's premier reusable and unmanned spacecraft, providing the performance and flexibility to improve technologies in a way that allows scientists and engineers to recover experiments tested in a long-duration space environment.
Right.
And I mean, I'm curious, I wonder if this is going to be something that's going to fall under Space Force eventually.
Well, I mean, you got to look. We just recently eliminated the leader of ISIS, and then the plane lands.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you got to kind of put things together, don't
I mean,
you?
you never know, right?
You never know. All right. Well, speaking of space, remember we talked about India's crashed moon lander.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Well, it is still missing. NASA cannot find that thing anywhere. Like, they've done the imaging. Before we talked about how Israel, theirs crashed. Well, they did this imaging on the surface and found it, and that worked, and it didn't take that long.
Right.
So they're doing that same kind of imaging on the flybys to try and find India's moon lander, and they absolutely cannot find it. They have no idea where it is. They're thinking that possibly it's in like a shadowy area and they just can't see it, but they really don't know. And I think that's very strange.
Well, no, it's very, very strange. Unless they're lying. That's crazy though. You would think that like the one from India would be the easiest to find. It would have like, prayer ribbons on the side and
Right.
like, all kinds of things on the dash. And
Well, the funny thing about it is the day after the crash, the Indian Space Research Organization said that they had found it in a thermal image of the moon.
Right.
But now they can't find it. So I don't know if something's happened to it or if it's just hiding in some kind of shadow and they can't see where it is.
somebody's screwing with us.
I don't know. I think it's very, very strange.
Yes.
And speaking of rovers, let's talk about NASA's Viper lunar rover.
Ooh.
Now, this is a rover that is launching in 2022. It's going to the moon, and it is going to hunt for water on the moon.
Ah.
And I believe that this is something that they really want to find because they want to have a permanent presence on the moon. We talk about the moon
Right.
bases and things like that. So it's really important to have some kind of water source while you're up there. And one of the reasons I got this story, besides the fact that they're doing this mission to find water on the moon, is how we talk about their names. The acronyms are so good, and sometimes they're not so good.
Yeah.
The ones on this are great. So this Viper lunar rover, it's the Volatile Investigating Polar Exploration Rover.
Of course.
Viper.
That's nice.
Because they're going to look down in the poles, obviously, for the water. It's going to touch down December of 2022 if all goes according to plan. And it's about the size of a golf cart. And on it, it has the regolith and ice drill for exploring new terrain, or Trident.
Oh my God.
There you go.
Oh my God.
That one actually works.
Well, they actually name these things just to make the acronyms.
They do. They're like, what do we want the name? Okay, like they pick a word.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, now we need to name it for every letter in this
Absolutely.
word. So basically, they're going to use this Trident to, it's a long drill that's going to bring up samples for analysis with the other instruments on the rover. And they're just going to continually, systematically do that over a large area to kind of create a map of where any water could be.
I mean, do they think there could be water like
in the poles? I think they do, like in the north and south pole of the moon. I think they believe that there is some kind of maybe water under the surface or somewhere that they can tap into. So
I think it's hollow, so they're going to tap into something, all right, but
it's going to deflate like a balloon.
I hope, yeah. I don't know. I think there's a lot to the moon that's just not. I still do. I always will. I just think it's too perfect.
Yeah. Well, that is the next mission. Find water on the moon. So I think the whole purpose of the lunar base is so we can go to Mars eventually.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a touchdown to shoot off from there.
Right.
So.
All right, so let's talk about this new company, this new Silicon Valley startup.
Right.
That is dedicated to detecting UFOs off the California coast.
Well, there's a lot of them.
We have a new company now. It's called UAP Expeditions, because they're called UAPs now.
Oh, of course.
Mm-hmm. And it's made up of former military officers, Silicon Valley entrepreneurs, venture capitalists, and academics. So they got a whole gamut of people. Yeah. So basically, it's a nonprofit group based in Oregon that's going to field a top-notch group of uber experienced professionals. That's what it says, providing the public service of field testing new UAP-related technologies. The group's founder and CEO, his name is Kevin Day. He claimed in a Facebook post that they will use classical observation techniques by trained observers and scientists while using the latest experimental technologies in the right places at the right times. It's good that he knows what those are, the right places at the right times. That's a handy bit of information.
Yeah, it's a shame it's, not like the lead singer of Green Day or something this time.
Well, supposedly Kevin Day did appear in the Unidentified show. He's a retired U.S. Navy Chief Petty Officer and radar operator. And he served in the Nimitz Carrier Strike Group. Oh. So he was part of that Nimitz UFO incident. So he's really had his, his UAP experience, and he wants to just keep looking for that, which I can totally understand. He recalled tracking the infamous Tic Tac UFOs for several days around the Catalina Island off the coast of California. And, that's a pretty heavy experience. To have. That's basically, you can be like, I saw it, I'm done. But he wants to start this new company. And in what they call the company's white paper, it's like the paper that explains their purpose and that sort of thing. Yes. It's a little weird. It says, do fleets of UAP migrate from Catalina Islands to Guadalupe Island with a certain frequency? And if so, how well do whale songs correlate, if at all, to UAP appearances?
Well, that's a little bit out of left field.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the whale songs have to do with anything.
I don't know.
But, apparently he feels like there's a connection there.
Well, we've heard them underneath the water before, like that sounded like whales, and it was in the trench.
The Mariana.
Yeah.
Yeah. So leading the team of scientists is a man named Dr. Kevin Knuth. He's a former scientist with NASA's Ames Research Center, and he's an associate professor of physics at the University of Albany. So they got some, good scientists. So the project has 2 phases. First, they're going to do some current satellite imagery of the area and determine whether any of these objects can be observed in the satellite imaging. And if they happen to find something on the imagery, then they would go to the second step, which would be sort of at the end of next year, is to basically park a large boat off the coast of California loaded with various cameras and sensors to detect and record any kind of aerial activity. And they've already begun negotiations to charter a research vessel. Like, they're really serious about this.
Right.
They have the backers. They have different, like, Silicon Valley entrepreneurs, people that want to put money into it. Obviously, they have the experience to be on the boat and scientists. So I think that it's going to be a pretty big success.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds great. I mean, God knows that you can't really trust To the Stars to do it now.
Right, because you don't know if they're government, not government.
I mean,
that kind of thing.
I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with this or not, but To the Stars came out, and there was a tweet in the field of ufology by Tom DeLonge, and he basically just comes out and says, we're not, and I'm going to say UFOs, we're not a UFO hunting group. We're not doing this. We're working with these people. I mean, it was really like all of a sudden they got uppity when they got that Army contract. And it was really strange. It was almost like, was this the end game the whole time? Or did somebody get to them and say, look, we're not screwing around. We'll give you all the secrets. We'll show you what you need to see, but you're going to have to go under this black level, level 10, whatever clearance, and you're not going to be able to talk about this anymore. So, I mean, it's that weird. It's that strange.
It is weird.
Would you, at that point, trade your truth seeking into be like, okay, yeah, sure. Let me know all the secrets.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess you'd have to be in that position to know if you would do that. But to be fair, To the Stars Academy is not a UFO hunting group. Like, they didn't go out to look.
That wasn't verbatim.
Right.
It was just the way it said.
Right.
Was
but I mean,
very strange.
They were more about getting the secrets from the government than they were looking for new things.
It just sounds, I mean, they straight up say in that tweet.
Yeah, it sounds weird.
They're working with the government.
Yeah, it is. It's a little weird.
Yeah.
So, well, maybe this new company will be the ones to find some more information.
Yeah.
You never know.
I hope.
All right, so let's move on to this next story about a mysterious creature in a lake. So this is an article about a creature resembling the Loch Ness Monster that was spotted in Lake Norman.
How do they know it resembles the Loch Ness Monster? Like the traditional fake photo of the Loch Ness Monster?
So, yes, I think they're just assuming. But we're talking about, Lake Norman, North Carolina.
Yeah, Lake Norman.
Of weird stuff going on.
Okay, Lake Norman that I go across quite a bit. I was just there last week down in Charlotte. Love the Lake Norman area. Had some family that lived there, and some of those weird things that happened to me, like at family get-togethers, like that sounds very diddly, but no, not like that. Like where my cousin was like, "Here, you want to watch this? This comes from your chi. I can move this cup without touching it." And me and my other cousins were in the camper with him, and he put his hand out, and he went like this, and nothing happened. And he focused, he went like this, nothing happened. He did it again, and the damn cup moved with his hand. And he could do it over and over and over. So we tried forever.
And you couldn't do it?
And we couldn't do it.
That's weird. I've never seen anybody do that.
Yeah, well.
So it wasn't a trick? It was a real thing?
No, it wasn't a trick. It was the way that it was set up and the way we were, on a camper table like that, not a whole lot of room for magnets and stuff,
Right. And I didn't know if there was like some kind of static electricity trick or something.
No. It wasn't even that close. It was, you guys can't see, and I apologize. It was that close.
A few inches, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
And
that's impressive.
Yeah. Same cousin that I talk about quite often.
Ah, I see.
So.
All right, well, this story about Lake Norman, it's a 35-year-old man from Mecklenburg County. He has reportedly spotted a, quote, dinosaur-like creature in Lake Norman. Now, this isn't the first time somebody's spotted something in Lake Norman. In fact, there's a website, lakenormanmonster.com, that has an average of about 4 documented sightings every year since 2010. And so they've even compiled all of their sightings that they've gotten into a book called Lake Norman Monster, A Decade of Sightings.
Wow.
So there you are. And it was also featured in an episode of Destination America's Boogeyman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, nobody's seen that.
and some random Canadian show about monsters. And they call him Normie.
Oh, Normie.
Yeah, Normie.
That's a terrible name. Why do people always name their lake monster something cute?
I don't know.
Like,
maybe
come see Champ.
Nessie.
Yeah.
Normie.
Nessie, Champ, Normie. There is a lot of others, and I'm just not thinking. Even some of the foreign ones I know
Right.
are like, oh, it's just Susie. Because, like a little 3-year-old be down there and be like, Normie. And
Be gone.
it's all fun and games till they come asking for True Fitty.
Well, the thing about Lake Norman is that it was dammed up in 1963. So there's no access.
Oh, that's not like a natural lake as big as that is?
No, it says, but it does say there's been hundreds of sightings ever since it was first dammed up in
They
1963.
drown a dinosaur? It's like,
I have no idea. So I thought that was a really odd coincidence. It's not how you
little bit
normally
more than
hear
odd.
it. Yeah, it's not normally how you
it's
hear it. So
kind of phony.
well, according to another website, the descriptions of Normie vary from sighting to sighting. Sometimes he's a crocodilian-like creature.
A crocodilian?
Crocodilian, that's what it says. And sometimes he's the more classic, like 3-humped serpent, like the Loch Ness Monster.
Sounds like something like one dinosaur calls another. Yeah, 3-hump serpent. Your mama was a crocodilian. I'll beat your ass.
So I don't know if they're ever going to go hunt for it like they did Nessie. But
I hope not, considering it was dammed up.
There are sightings, legitimate sightings. So
It would have had to come down the river and then,
and get caught there. It's like the stupid one. It's like, I'm just going to go visit down here, and then they dammed it up. It's like, oh crap, I can't get out of here.
They were in some little holler somewhere, and it's like, oh boys, here it comes. That's crazy, man. All the when they started damming all those up and making the lakes and the TVA and all the stuff that got lost, all the Indian burial ground. It's just they weren't very thorough in removing things.
Right. I don't think they thought it through very well.
I'm just, it's cool that we have all these lakes, but the thing I liked about Maine was all that flowing water, man. All the big rivers and, the natural lakes.
Yes.
But I guess they have to do it with the more people just to have the water.
I suppose when you don't have a whole lot around.
Right.
All right. Well, let's move on.
I'm just poo-pooing on that one. I'm sorry. It don't make sense unless it dropped out the sky or something.
Well, it's very possible there's just a very big fish.
I'm sorry. I can't figure out why I left "of the" out of there. Like I went all street all of a sudden. Unless it dropped out the sky.
No, it's very possible that it could just be some very large type of fish.
It's a big fish.
Yes, river monsters. It could just be
okay.
something unusual. All right, so let's move on and talk about some discoveries.
Okay.
So this first one is really crazy. This is about a witch bottle, a quote witch bottle that was filled with teeth, pins, and mysterious liquid that was discovered in an English chimney.
Oh.
So a bottle, and it's called a witch bottle. And supposedly, back in the late, like the 1800s, when this would have been made,
I know all about them.
These were put like in chimneys or buried to keep witches away.
Yeah.
That was the purpose of them. So some contractors that were demolishing the chimney of a former inn and pub in Watford, England, recently came upon this creepy witch bottle. And they said it was full of fish hooks and human teeth, shards of glass. They say an unidentified liquid. Normally in those sorts of things, that would be like urine or something like that.
Or ant flow.
And they claim that it is likely a witch bottle or some kind of talisman intentionally placed to ward off witchcraft from the building.
Can I ask you a question? Mm-hmm. Is that not a type of witchcraft in its own right?
Yes, it is. There are jar spells and bottle spells that you can do. In fact, those are the only ones I've ever heard of. You don't really hear about witch bottles that much anymore that keep witches away. Normally when you see things with jars, or they're like sour jars,
Right.
where you would put nasty things in it, but with the intention of bringing harm to someone or stopping them from doing something.
Right.
But they can also be used, jars can also be used for good things. You know, you can make, a love jar, or whatever your intention is, you can make the jar for it.
But these people that were, trying to keep the witch away in their own way did a spell.
They did. And used a charm. It's very ironic, isn't it?
It's so ironic. It's just so ironic. But anyway.
Right. So according to BBC News, this particular property, which is now a private residence, was formerly known as the Star and Garter Inn, and it's best known as the birthplace of a woman named Angeline Tubbs. And she was a woman who was later nicknamed the Witch of Saratoga, as funny as this is. But now Angeline Tubbs was earlier than this bottle.
Right.
So they're not really relevant, which I don't know if she was a witch, why she would make a witch bottle to get rid of witches. That doesn't make any sense. But supposedly they were trying to connect that to the same time period, but it's not the same time period. But the house does have history and does have that
with
witchcraft
witchcraft
history. Yes. So the home's current owner doesn't plan on displaying it. Instead, they're probably going to hide it away again for someone to find, in like another 100 years, I guess they said.
No, man.
It's very crazy. There's pictures of it. It's amazing.
I would put that on like in glass or, something like that. I mean, that's cool, man.
It is.
And especially if your house already had the other witch, why not just do a witch museum?
That would be cool.
I mean, I'm sure you could buy a bigger house.
I would love to go to a witch museum.
Yeah.
That would be cool, especially in England.
You've been to a witch museum.
Yes, I know. I mean, like one for witches, not one for people that killed witches.
Which museum would you like to go to? I'm sorry. I won't do the joke again.
You just want me to acknowledge the joke, don't you?
No, it's a very Scooby-Doo upbringing that does that to me.
I get it.
Which witch is which?
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go on to our next discovery. This one's really cool. This is about some mammoth traps that have contained the remains of 14 of the giant mammoths that were found in Mexico.
Wow. I like it's like a big mouse trap, or
like a trap, an actual hole that was made to specifically trap mammoths, woolly mammoths. Isn't that insane?
How stupid were they? I mean, you would think after the first one's like,
well, it didn't exactly work that way. Supposedly the traps date from about 15,000 years ago.
Wow.
And they were found in the city of Tultepec.
Oh, man.
And what would happen is groups of 20 or 30 hunters would use torches and sticks to separate a mammoth from its family and push it towards the trap. So it wouldn't just fall in the trap, but it helped the hunters be able, because mammoths are mammoth, obviously.
Right.
So they would push it, and then once the animal was trapped, it was easier to kill it and use it. And they used it for food and other purposes. They used every single bit of the mammoth. But this is the first time that this sort of trap system has been found.
It's very awesome, actually.
So during the excavation, it was about 10 months of excavations at the site, they found 824 bones. And they're estimating this is the remains of about 14 mammoths.
Right.
And these traps were dug, they were 5.5 feet deep and 82 feet long.
Hold on a second. 5.5 feet. That's like your height. Like,
right.
It's like a small step for a mammoth.
Well, I mean, it's probably a little more than that, but I mean, they didn't want it to be too far down because they'd have to kill it still and bring it out of the hole.
No, I
They
get
just
that.
wanted it to be in an area where it couldn't easily get away.
I'd just be pissed off. Like if I was the mammoth,
Right.
they push me. It's like, oh, that was inconvenient. Let me just jump right out. And I mean, but no, 82 feet long. It looks like they got the dimensions like wrong on that one. They were like,
Right, it was like way too long. But they did say that archaeologists found evidence that the rib bones from the mammoths were used to cut the meat. They also ate the internal organs. The skulls were found upside down because they would eat the animal's tongue, which would have weighed as much as almost 27 pounds.
wow,
Just the tongue.
popular with the ladies.
And it said, while the hunters needed to kill the mammoths to survive, they did also honor them. Like, there were some areas where the bones were laid out in a very specific way. I believe they talked about in the article one mammoth that they found the bones. They could tell it had been injured a couple times. Like, maybe it was harder to kill, and then the bones were laid out in an honorable way. Like, they were saying, oh, this was a really brave mammoth, really hard to kill. So, they honored it a little bit.
The mammoths might have talked back then.
You never know. But, they did have to kill them. I mean, that is how they got food and lived, so.
I mean, one mammoth should have took quite a while, I mean.
Yeah. I wouldn't think it was something you'd have to do, every week.
Yeah.
I would think that would last quite some time.
It's crazy, though, man, because I don't think I've ever heard of a mammoth trap.
No, I don't believe that that's something that's ever been discovered like that before.
It's really crazy thinking about 15,000 years ago.
I know.
And that's just awesome. Mm-hmm. It really is. I'd like to see that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that it said in there that the area that they found these was scheduled to be a landfill, but it didn't say if they're still going to make it a landfill or if they're going to preserve it in some way.
Well, it's obviously the landfill guys didn't find it.
That's right.
Because you know how that would have turned out.
I could see him walking by going, oh, look at these big holes. It's a great place for a landfill.
There'd been like a bunch of mammoth bones found down by the street. Craziest thing. We were building this landfill. And
all right, well, let's go on to this next discovery. I love this one. This is about a medieval sword that was discovered in stone.
Oh, hey.
In Bosnia.
Is it still there? Can I go?
I don't think it's still there.
I know I'm the rightful one.
So they're calling it the real-life Bosnian version of the Arthurian legend because the medieval sword was found plunged into solid rock at the bottom of a river in Bosnia.
Oh, my God.
Isn't that amazing?
Watery tart and everything.
And they're saying that they said it's a hand and a half long. That's how they measured it. So, they measure horses with hands. So a hand it's been standardized now at about 4 inches. I guess a long time ago before they had standard measurements, they'd just use hands. So roughly about 6-inch sword.
Yeah.
And it was plunged into stone.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
A 6-inch sword.
I suppose. It says hand and a half long.
So are we talking about like Fraggles? I mean 6 inches is
Maybe
not,
it was more like a dagger.
Oh, it's still not that impressive of a dagger.
It does say hand and a half, and I know that a hand is 4 inches, roughly about 4 inches, so.
That's not a sword. I'm sorry. There's something lost in translation here.
Let them have their sword.
No, dude. That's 6 inches.
That would kill you.
But it's not a sword.
No, but that is dagger length. It's dagger length.
I've got a problem here.
It's a hobbit sword.
No, you know what? Hobbits have better swords than that. And they glow. Listen, there's something wrong there. There's just something wrong there. Either Bosnian women are very, very unsatisfied, or there's something wrong with the size of that sword.
Well, it does say that.
I can see those guys coming back and going, comrade, it was 6 inches. 6 glorious inches. Huge inches. Bosnian inches.
It does say that sword finds are relatively rare in the Bosnian region.
I'd say it's hard to find them.
Only one medieval sword has been found in nearly 90 years.
Yeah.
So
that's very impressive.
To recover.
Thanks for bringing that home, Ivan. It's so huge. What a big sword.
They slowly separated the stone from the sword under the water to help preserve it, and it had to be recovered together with part of the rock so that it wouldn't break or be harmed in any way.
I wonder how was it like stuck in a gravel?
So the local museum told the media that the sword was a type used from the end of the 13th to the first half of the 15th century, based on analysis of the blade. And they said it's a fairly well-preserved specimen, which is pretty rare in that region. And I'm really excited about it, and you just made it. this is great. Okay.
I'm sorry. It's just, I'm very, very underwhelmed.
I'm sorry. But it is cool. It was underwater in stone, right?
Yeah.
They had to pull it out.
Yeah, that's awesome. I wonder how they found it. Somebody step on it and get like a little sore on their foot or something. And
Well, they found it near the archaeological site that's near an old medieval town. So they assume that's where it came from. And it's just going to be displayed in the museum. And they're currently trying to preserve it and do more analysis on it. But it's a very cool story anyway.
it's awesome. Yeah. That's really cool.
For their dagger sword.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on
Okay.
to another one more discovery. Now, this is from Massachusetts. And some construction workers that were building a new roundabout in Massachusetts.
Because they need one of those.
I know, there's no roundabouts up there at all. They uncovered the remains of an 8,000 to 10,000 year old village.
Oh, wow. Wow. And they had to tell about it.
Found ancient artifacts. They found spearheads, knives, stone tools, fire pits, and more. And they say that all these artifacts date back to a period of American history that they don't know that much about.
Yeah.
So it was really an amazing find. So as they started working, instead of finding just dirt and rocks, they found all these different artifacts. And after they discovered the artifacts, they hired an excavation firm. And it's called Archaeological and Historical Services Incorporated. They brought them out to do a thorough dig at the site. Now, this has been going on for 2 years.
Wow.
2 years. They've really done their job. And it says they made a number of promising discoveries. In addition to the stone tools and spearheads, they found knives, fire pits, and raspberry and acorn seeds, which had been preserved by charring. And they claim that these types of artifacts from that time period are incredibly rare.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So it's very cool. They even had a representative from a tribe called the Wampanoag tribe.
Yeah.
Which was sort of a local tribe in that area. It wasn't the most local tribe, but it's the one that's recognized in that area. So they had a representative come out and observe the dig, be there just to help preserve the history, and consult the city on their behalf, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I thought that was very, nice of them to make sure all their bases were covered with all the artifacts. Now, a lot of people are saying that once the excavation's done, they think that this place should be preserved, but the city's like, we're still going to make our roundabout. But AHS, the archaeological site, did say that once they excavated the whole thing, there wasn't really anything left there.
Yeah, but it's still the site.
It is.
That should be given
agree.
to the first people. I really think that.
I think they should have something there.
Yeah, I think that should be a Native American holy site. I mean, come on.
They believe that it was just like a temporary settlement that they used for a couple of years.
Of course they say that.
Right. But
they have no idea.
They don't actually have any idea. But
10,000
it's cool
years
that they
ago.
found all of those really awesome artifacts that they don't
the
really
original
know much
mass
about.
holes.
That's right.
That's really awesome.
So I don't know what's going to happen. Like I said, some of the residents are pushing for it to be preserved.
Yeah.
But the
They
state
would.
still wants to make the roundabout, because you can never have too many roundabouts, can you?
Can they not go rounder and abouter? I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Just a really big roundabout around it.
I mean, maybe you would think. I mean, there's nothing in the middle of a roundabout.
Right.
Why couldn't they put something, in
Yeah.
the center, some kind of
Exactly.
monument or marker or something?
Yeah,
Statue.
something.
Yeah. But okay, so that's all our discovery.
Okay. Well, I thoroughly enjoyed that. I mean, it's not every day you get to hear about 5-foot mammoth traps and 6-inch swords.
Villages under roundabouts.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go on to this interesting, it's sort of a paranormal kind of feel-good story. And this is about a woman, an Arkansas woman, who lost her father a few years ago, like 4 years ago.
I feel like we should have music that plays during certain times. Like, kind of like that Dateline music.
Right.
I like watching Dateline now. I watch old repeats of it. So you kind of already know how it ends. Because I
Right.
can't stand watching something when there's still a mystery. So I like watching old episodes of mystery shows, so you can look, I wonder how this turned out in court. But so I was watching it the other day, and I noticed, they're like, little Jimmy, and it was like, so if you're starting to read this, I need to have like some kind of little, where I start playing the music, and it gets everybody in the mood. And if it's some kind of like, suspense story, to be like, dun, 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 dun.
We should at least try it, like the musical episode.
Okay, we'll think about that. We'll try doing a
We'll
musical
take that under
episode.
advisement with the board.
Yes. We'll put a pin in it and talk about it later.
I know where you can find one.
Me too. All right. So this woman, this Arkansas woman who lost her father about 4 years ago, a 23-year-old woman, she continued to text his phone every day to update him about her life. This is something that she did when he was alive. And, she never got a response, but it made her feel better.
Right.
To just give him that daily update and
that's really sweet.
Let him know what was going on in her life. It sort of helped her move on and deal with it in her own way.
How sweet.
So recently, the night before the 4th anniversary of his death, she sent an extra long message and talked about, how I miss you and I've been sending you these messages and, all the things that had been happening to her over the years. And so she sent the message. Well, this time she received a response from a man who had been receiving her messages every day for the past 4 years. Apparently he just got the number and he started getting her messages. And so he sent her a message back, and it's so amazing what he said. He said, my name is Brad and I lost my daughter in a car wreck in August of 2014, and your messages have kept me alive. He said, when you text me, I know it's a message from God. I've listened to you for years and I've watched you grow more than anyone. And he said, I've wanted to text you back for years, but I didn't want to break your heart. And, he basically was saying, you've filled this space in my life, where I lost my daughter. It's like, you're my daughter and I can watch you grow, that sort of thing. And it was really sweet because, for her, that was like having that father figure. And he was like, I really enjoy your daily messages. I'm so proud of you for everything you've done. And it's amazing what you've been through. And, I know that your dad would be proud of you. And so they sort of found each other through this amazing just coincidence.
I hope they're staying in touch.
I do believe that they are, yes, because he told her to continually send the message. But she did say that it sort of like helped her put a cap on her grief, like helped her actually move on to know that he had been listening to those messages and reading them, and it meant something to him.
We do a lot of these stories, and we've done them for so long. Sometimes people just find each other at the right time, and you can't help but think there's divine intervention. I know that it's something that you scoff at when you're 22, but after you see it year after year, decade after decade, it's one of those things. I mean, tell me, man, he lost his daughter, she lost her father, and it just so happens that she's texting this phone, and it just so happens that he gets this number. It's
exactly what they both needed to hear and
it's
see.
Just amazing. I mean, our whole thing of being together, something I had lost and something you had lost, it just worked out completely right. We don't go into that, but there is a personal connection with Stacey and I that is eerie, and it's and it all happened within the same year. And then we found each other, not knowing anything about that. It was purely sexual when we found each other. But after a couple of days, we started talking, and we found out.
We eventually learned each other's last names.
Yeah, we found something. We found out that. Well, I mean, I was trying to be honest. I didn't know it was going to sound as bad as it did, but I think relationships are really good that start out like that. It's like, at least there's something there. So anyway, I do believe in, all jokes aside, I do believe in there's a power in this universe, and I don't want to trigger anybody. So some of you it's God, and some of you it's the universe, and some of you it's the flying spaghetti monster. But I'm here to tell you, the evidence is tangible.
It is.
It's just, that's a beautiful story.
Yes, I thought so. I thought it was a great story, and how amazing things are that work out like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Would have been so much better with music.
All right, let's go on to a crypto story.
Oh, okay. Then we're going to have to figure it out, or?
No.
Oh, no, like cryptozoology.
Yes. Should I say cryptozoology?
Right? Well, no, I mean, that's just me because I've been watching this stupid thing.
Oh.
Tell them what I've been watching. I'm all knee deep in it, guys.
So John has found videos talking about the cicada cipher, or the puzzles, the thing that came up on the internet. It's been years now, and it was this really in-depth, like, code breaking thing that nobody can figure out. No one knows who's done it. They don't know what it is, and it has been broken up to a point, but I don't think that the final bit has been done, and people spend their lives working on it.
Yeah, it's amazing. So I might actually ask Stacey to link this on the site, because I'd really like you guys to watch this. There's a 4-part deal on YouTube, and so I honestly think I had heard about it through our show at one point in time years ago. And because I had heard about it, but I had it on there, and last night I was just watching stuff just like I do. And I was watching this, and I watched part 1, and I was like, geez, I got to keep watching. But it's so crazy because, yes, there was it's so in depth. There was this cipher, and only it said we're looking for the smartest. We're looking for once they translated that, and then there was another thing to figure out, and none of this is easy. And then there was like runes, and they had to take that to use something else. And so what happened is a lot of people, the ones that lasted, the ones that made it,
right,
they started connecting, and they still connect like weekly, and they have these just like Skype calls and stuff, and it's consumed their lives, yes, but it has also brought them together, and it's amazing. And yeah, that like they get up to this point, and it's, it's still going on, and that's the crazy thing. It's like there's all this mystery about who could have been, who is it, like, who's doing it, why are they doing it, and are they recruiting? I don't know.
There's always that possibility. Like when something like that pops up, it's always that, the
last Starfighter,
the government recruiting, code breakers and that sort of thing.
To me, it's always the last Starfighter. After the last Starfighter, I never played video games the same again. Like, I played with a purpose. And when the Call of Duty World at War came out, I actually had a little bit of time at the house because it was a really bad time, 2009, as I've documented. So I played the crap out of Call of Duty World at War, and I got like 4,000th in the world on the free-for-all, and I was just like determined that a general was going to show up at my house.
And be like, you're so good at that.
Yeah, be like, I'm going to take you back in time and have you kill Nazis. And, that's just like my dream, so.
All right, well, so let's do this cryptozoological story.
Okay.
And the reason I got the story is because I thought it was a very interesting read, and it's not something I had ever heard about. So I wanted to mention it because I didn't know if anybody else had heard about it either. And this is about supposed accounts of living T-Rexes in Texas.
Really?
Yes. Isn't that crazy? And you would think that this is just like a one-off story, but it's really not. And
they probably think they're rabbits down there.
They're not. I'm not talking about, they're not humongous like a T-Rex would be. They're small, but they look like that kind of dinosaur.
It's kind of like Game of Thrones. Like the dragons got really small.
Right. And it's a really long article about all these different sightings where people claim that they saw little dinosaurs. And it starts off by talking about an article written by Lon Strickler of Phantoms and Monsters, and this was back in 2013, and he published this report with the heading called Dinosaurs Run Amok in South Texas, in a South Texas town. And there's all these outlandish reports from people, but they all come from basically the same area. They're all similar reports of a dinosaur that looked like a little T-Rex dinosaur.
Right.
And I got done reading this article, and I was questioning. I was like, is that really something that could be happening? And they call them the mountain boomer. Now, there is a lizard, a collared lizard, that is also called a mountain boomer. That's not what I'm talking about. This is actual supposed dinosaurs.
Right.
They call them mountain boomers.
Right.
And there has long supposedly been this cryptid called the mountain boomer, which is said to lurk mostly in the rugged mountain wilderness of the Big Bend region near Big Bend National Park.
Right.
So there's a national park there, and they're said to stand between 5 and 7 feet tall. Of course, the ones other people have seen have been like 2 and 3 feet tall, smaller than that. They look like a miniature T-Rex with a bipedal gait, long tapered tail, powerful hind legs, and the little tiny forearms.
Wow.
And sharp claws. And, it's just very strange. It says sometimes it emits a low booming howl, and sometimes it's been described as sounding like rumbling distant thunder. And they're supposedly mostly shy and elusive, but there was a report even as early as the 1970s that claims that one actually ran a car off the road. So it's really an interesting read, especially if you're like me and you had not really heard that much about this. But people have, with their own eyes, seen them scurrying off the road, running across the road, off out in like areas where there's not a lot of traffic and things like that. So very, very crazy.
I mean, why not though?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
the dinosaurs ruled the earth way longer than we have. And 65 million years ago. I mean, dude, the thing about it is they say that they're our birds now or whatever, but I don't know. I never really bought that. I'm sure there are dinosaurs that are birds or whatever now,
right,
but I never truly bought that. And the thing about it is, if they did get smaller or whatever, over time, I mean, it's not completely out of the realm of possibilities, just because of things we do have still that was around at the time, such as alligators, crocodiles. We do still have. Imagine that we had never seen a crocodile. Okay.
Right.
And then you see one. It'd be
weird.
It's a dinosaur to you.
It is.
That's not the giant, one that we had back then, but it still is.
It still is. It's very true. And but I'm going to link to this, so definitely go read it. There's even an instance in here where someone called into Coast to Coast in like 2014 and had a sighting that they talked about.
Right.
With Art Bell. So.
Well, I can tell you this. I really hope there is.
Yeah.
And I hope that now that that's out there, somebody find. How cool would it be? Okay. Imagine you're the zoo.
Right.
That gets the T-Rex.
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
crazy.
Do you want to really have a zoo that gets visitors? Can you imagine us telling Kyler that we're going to take him to see a dinosaur?
A dinosaur, yeah. Oh my gosh, he would die.
I mean, I've never seen a kid so crazy for dinosaurs.
He loves
naturally.
Dinosaurs. Yes.
It almost makes you think that he's was a dinosaur at one point, But no, that's really interesting. And so that's all the information there. You had 5 pages.
Well, it's just all these different eyewitness accounts. And they're better read.
You could do the voices.
No, I'm not good at voices.
Well, it'd be fun. You'd be like,
I know what I saw. I driving along down Route 66. And I was just driving my pickup truck, and I had my bull balls on the back, and I had my UT hat on, and University of Texas, see, not that faux Tennessee crap that you're thinking of, but the University of Texas Longhorns, see? And I was driving down, and there was a dusty road, and not Dusty Rhodes the wrestler. I'm talking about a dusty road. It's literally dusty. Hadn't rained in a while. And then it happened. I was getting Margie what she needed from the store. I'd rather not talk about it, but she's getting in some Tampax, and I was getting it for her, and I was coming back because that's the kind of husband I am. I'm just a good husband like that. I walk in there, and I used to shoplift it, but I quit shoplifting it because they caught me down there at the Savendime, and it is called Savendime. I don't know why, but that's just how they named it. We think it was supposed to be a 5, but they didn't have a 5, and they thought that S would work. But we all just call it the Savendime. So anyway, I was down there and I got that and I bought it and I was on my way home, like I was saying, and then there it was. I saw this little chupacabra, and it was running from something. And at first I was like, holy cow! I was talking to Margie on the phone. I had my little flip phone. I was like, Margie, oh God, I just saw that chupacabra. That one that ate Petey, you remember?
You remember when it ate Petey? It just went out. Yeah, I can't see it now. It went over in that gully. Holy God, Margie, there's something chasing it. It's got little itty bitty arms. It looks like it's making some really nasty gestures, but it's oh God. It looks like a little T-Rex. It's like a B-Rex. It's just really small. It's, oh my God. But those kind of stories would really, I think if you just put the animation in them,
right,
that we should have done the eyewitness accounts. But people can just go read it and do it in your own head, you know,
in your own voice.
Yeah. And I love everybody in Texas, by the way. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry for that guy actually moved to Texas from Arkansas. So I don't have any love for Arkansas.
We don't have a lot of stories out of Arkansas.
Yeah, they don't make it out.
The stories don't?
No, that's what I hear. Every good story from Arkansas gets covered up and buried.
I don't know. It's weird.
It is weird.
All right, well, let's move on.
Okay.
All right, so this is sort of an update to a story that we did a couple shows ago about the mysterious hidden witches' marks that they found in
a chimney?
Cresswell Crags.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember the cave system? And
yeah.
Yes, and it was like the largest collection of them they had ever found.
And again, it was to prevent witches, not made by witches.
Right, they were like protection symbols to
I wish
protect against
they'd
witchcraft.
quit calling it, you know.
I know. They shouldn't call them witches' marks. They should call them against witches' marks or something.
You get all excited. You're like, witch bottle. And you're like, witches' marks. And so you're like waiting for,
tell me about the witch.
Sally Anderson or whatever her name was. She's a descendant of Sally Anderson that died in Salem. And it's always that, like anytime there's a cartoon or a movie or something like that, mm-hmm. and it's a witch and it's in America.
Mm-hmm. They're always descended.
Yeah, there's always like, yeah, she goes all the way back to Rebecca. And it's always a Rebecca too, but it's all the way back. And I'm like, damn,
Bridget.
That family got around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bridget and Rebecca was some, busy women. But anyway, good stuff.
So when we talked about the story, we talked about how it was thought to be the largest collection of the marks that's within the UK. And they were largely found in this cavern, but it was unsafe for the public to enter the cavern. So they got some experts in to use LiDAR. And that's what this article is about, how they used laser technology to create the inside of the cave. And you can go and watch like a fly through of the cave and see where all the marks are. And it's very detailed because LiDAR is just amazing. So you can see where all the marks are in the cave. It's really amazing. And it claims in this article that in 2016, a government-sponsored organization called Historic England wanted to preserve the country's historic buildings and monuments and asked members of the public in England to hunt for witches' marks on like old buildings and things like that. And they were found in a lot of different buildings, such as medieval churches, houses, barns, and even the Tower of London.
Of course, they're in the Tower of London.
Yeah. So it's a very interesting article. And the video, I watched the video. It's really cool to be able to see what the inside of that cave looks like and how all the massive amounts of just marks that were made. Somebody was really paranoid.
So how do they know it's a witch's mark?
Well, there's certain particular marks that they look for. They're also called apotropaic marks. That's like the technical name. And one of the most common types is called a daisy wheel. It looks like a 6-pointed flower in a circle.
Sounds like something really nasty you pay for to watch.
But supposedly it's
wheel.
comprised of a single endless line that's supposedly confused and entrapped evil spirits. So it was one of them. Some other ones are pentacles, 5-pointed stars, the letters AM for Ave Marie, sometimes just the letter M for Mary, or the double V for Virgin of Virgins. It looks like a W, but it's actually the double V. And those letters were thought to beseech the protection of the Virgin Mary. And so a lot of these marks have been found in medieval houses dating from about 1550 to 1750. And they've even been recorded at Shakespeare's birthplace, and as well as, barns and on ancient timber to protect crops and things like that. And the ones at the Tower of London were found in the Queen's house, the 16th century Queen's house. Wow. They found those back in 2015. So
that's really awesome.
It's really awesome that, they are trying to preserve all of these different marks, and the fact that I love LiDAR. LiDAR has just exposed so many amazing things in the last few years.
I think I love it. It's just, it kind of takes the work out of it, but it's nuts. I mean, that's, I always go back to the Amazon. Mm-hmm. The very fact that they found out that it wasn't always the Amazon, that
there was stuff underneath it. All those, every jungle, there's,
was huge civilizations
and advanced with walkways and buildings, and so big that more people live there than they could have imagined.
And you know what's weird about that is excited we got about that story. Mm-hmm. Man, that got buried.
Yeah, like there was never any updates about anything else they found, or you don't really hear anything else about that before.
Possibly the biggest civilization ever, and I mean, the way it sounded, it was like Rome.
Well, and the way they made it sound was like they were so surprised at not only the size, but the fact that they had these very advanced walkways where you could walk from one place to another, almost like it was a road system,
and also the fact that it wasn't always the Amazon River.
Right.
I mean, that's just what, that was just another thing that was really strange. They're always worried about preserving this ancient rainforest, and there's some ancient stuff under it.
But the thing about the rainforest is, how quickly a rainforest can
overnight.
Can just take over if you don't keep up with it. It can, you can leave something, you can go on vacation for a week, come back and not be able to find
That's like one of those things. I loved it. Those shows they did a few years ago, like if nature was to reclaim New York City, or, and how fast that can happen. And the thing about it, even stuff that we have made up today, you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't know. It would go away. And there's very few things that we have that
we don't build out of stone anymore, really, or anything like that.
I mean, there's very few things we have that would stick around,
right?
And that's what's so crazy when you think about ancient Earth, and we do find these mounds, right? I was watching a video earlier because I'm always looking around. This guy had 52 subscribers, and it was just because I was looking for stone circles and mounds,
right?
And he's just recently been putting them on there. I mean, his videos before were nothing like this. And it was like he was out in the woods and he's like found this mound that no one's ever found. And it was in Canada, I believe. And it was stone circles and really crazy stuff. So they're out there. And it seems like more and more is being found. But like you said, with the LiDAR, I mean, man, it's insane what you can find just from seeing the topography. It's just nuts.
Right. Well, like I said, this was really cool video. I watched it, and they still don't know what the people that made the marks were trying to seek protection from, but they feel like that the extreme number of them and the concentration in that one particular chamber means that it was a significant place. It was either a significant place or they thought it was a portal to something horrible, one of the two. It's funny because, it's too dangerous for the public to go in there, but I wonder if it goes anywhere. Like if you actually got in there.
I wonder if that's the reason they said that.
Started digging around. Yeah, I wonder if it actually, like if you can get in deeper, because it is caverns, it has to open up to something, right?
Probably reptilians.
Ooh, maybe.
Yeah.
Let's start calling them reptilian marks.
Well, it might be what it is. They're like, this is the only way to keep them down there, and King Arthur used to fight him, and that's what the whole Arthurian legend is. And I'm telling you,
I mean, it's a lot.
I'm going to write my own King Arthur book where he fights the reptilians and puts them back underground.
There you go.
Him and Merlin. That'd be cool.
It would be cool.
And Merlin made witched marks all over England
to keep them down.
To keep them down there, hoping that no one ever found them with LiDAR. It's getting ready to happen. The reptilians are coming back.
Oh, don't even joke about it, because it'll happen. All right, so since we were talking about the Tower of London, I wanted to tell you about this really cool discovery that they made at the Tower of London. It's actually a lost Tower of London chapel.
Wow.
Yeah. So they found a mysterious skeletons of a woman and a girl in this area where this lost Tower of London chapel was.
Nice to know that they lose that for so long.
Well, they said that, the Tower of London is probably best known as like a dungeon and a burial ground where Anne Boleyn and Thomas More and various other friends and exes of Henry VIII were laid to rest after, losing their heads. But for a lot of its history, it was also like this thriving palace and community center. So within the castle's walls, there was chapels and pubs and government offices and residents, and hundreds of people lived there.
Right.
And this is the first new skeletal discovery in nearly 50 years. And what they found was 2 intact skeletons, one of a woman who died at approximately 40 years old and one of a 7-year-old girl, that were recently exhumed from connected burial plots below the tower's chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula. Now, what they were doing was they were trying to make the chapel more wheelchair accessible. So they were, digging out an area, and just outside the chapel's main entrance, the researchers discovered the remains of what appeared to be an even older chapel, including a medieval floor. And when they found it, cut into the floor were these 2 burials arranged side by side. Now, these people, they weren't like mistreated. It wasn't a bad burial or anything. It was just a regular, normal thing that would have happened way back before, they built this other chapel. So they exhumed the skeletons. They were found lying on their backs with their feet facing east, which is typical of a Christian burial. And they said that the adult woman appeared to have been interred in a coffin because there was some coffin nails nearby, but the girl just appeared to have been wrapped in a burial shroud. And they believe that perhaps they were both ill. They
Right.
just suffered from some illness, and there was no signs of violent death or anything like that. All the clues pointed to them being 2 castle residents, not royals or prisoners, but just somebody that, people that lived and worked within the castle
Right.
walls. So they did all their little tests. They employed an osteoarchaeologist. I think that's a great name, someone that figures it out by analyzing the bones. And now the skeletons have been reinterred in the chapel during a special ceremony conducted by the Tower of London chaplain so that they can continue to rest in peace. They just wanted to, move them from where they were so they could do the wheelchair accessible. But I thought it was really cool because it's the first skeletons that have been found in the tower since the 70s.
Isn't it crazy that you can have skeletons in this place?
Yeah.
Or a chapel.
Yeah, with a medieval floor that you didn't even know was there.
Yeah.
I mean, the place is so old.
I know, but
It's just crazy.
and it's so haunted. Mm-hmm. And that's the reason is stuff like that. I mean, it's just so much life and death and, history is just oozing out of those walls, man. Just very cool story.
Yeah, so it's awesome. But I thought I would go ahead and stick this in there, especially since we just talked about, the witches' marks being found at the Queen's house and stuff. But very cool discovery. All right, so let's move on. Now, this is sort of an update. Do you remember the story that we talked about with the scientists that were creating the blob-like brains in the lab?
Unfortunately, I do.
The organoids,
Yeah.
And we did the story because all of a sudden these weird blobby brain things they're growing started having brain waves. They were detecting these brain waves. And you and I talked about how weird that was.
Yep.
And how bad that was going to turn out and what it was going to lead to. And so this story that has come out is now talking about how scientists are warning that these blob-like brains could have, quote, thoughts and could possibly be, quote, suffering from all the testing that's being done. And it's exactly what we were talking about. And they're saying that if there's even a possibility that organoid is sentient for any reason, we could be crossing a line by studying it and experimenting on it and using it for whatever we want to use. And they feel like they need to, before they continue down that path, they need to create some ethical guidelines that are grounded in scientific principles that define how to approach the use of these specific things that they're building. Because I suppose it's gotten to the point now where it's becoming real for them. They're like, there's a need for this. This is really happening. We could really be creating something that we don't know what we're creating here. And I just thought that was really interesting that they made it a point to talk about this and to turn this into this ethical dilemma because, we were when we first saw the story, we were like, this is probably not good.
Yeah. We went nuts on it. I mean, That's something I don't like. So, it was like so many different angles we took on it, including if they create this and there's not some kind of soul attached to it, somebody can move right in.
Right.
I mean, that's, and plus, holy cow. I mean, do you really want brains floating around that can, think? And I don't
know, because I remember the other article, didn't we talk about how they were going to be used for medical purposes, but there was a possibility that they could also be used to power AI and things like that. I mean, there's no idea what you could do with this kind of science. It's insane.
And plus you can pretty much create it to be whatever you want it to be. And I don't like it. I just don't like it at all.
I don't particularly like it. And, I never really even thought about the angle you said where, they're creating these and they're like, if they are sentient, then they are like people, but there isn't people in there. There's nothing in there.
Yeah. There's not no matter what you believe, there's not a soul powering it. And
right.
So, yeah.
So what do you think would happen? Let's just throw this out there. Let's just say that they created these organoids and they have brain waves and they're somewhat sentient. And they decide that they can start using these as transplant material, maybe, or they can use them medically in a human. And somehow it's been possessed. Does that move that possession into the person? You think it just moves it right in?
Absolutely.
Because they're attached to it. Scary thought.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I know that's way down the road.
I know. I've thought about that for years. I mean, what if somebody's possessed and they're an organ donor? And I don't want to go too far down that because there's probably somebody listening that's got a kidney or something that's. So just saying, I don't have to go further.
All right, so let's move on to this next story. And this is about something that scientists have created that I think is really unbelievable and cool. I don't know if I have to be afraid of it yet, but it's very interesting. So researchers from the Russian corporation Neurobotics and the Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology found a way to visualize a person's brain activity as actual images mimicking what they're looking at.
Oh, wow.
So what they've done, now this is
This
is a long article and it goes into all the science of how they did it and what they did, but I'm going to try and just give you the really quick version. Basically, they had people watch YouTube videos, different clips, and they would read their brain waves. And so what they're trying to find out is they need to know how the brain encodes information because they want to develop devices controlled by the brain. And they want methods for cognitive disorder treatment and post-stroke rehabilitation. But basically, I think they just want to develop devices that you can control with your brain. So they had people watch these clips of YouTube videos and they would study their brain waves. And they built this device. And I guess they taught it basically how to read this different information. So the results that have come out, I'm going to show you these pictures. So this pictures I'm going to show you is you're going to see the picture of what the subject was looking at and then the picture of what the machine encoded that they were looking at. So look at those.
Yeah, that's insane.
Isn't that crazy? So the people that watching the videos were in a different room. Nobody knew what they were looking at.
Right.
And as they watched it, the machine would read their brainwaves of what they were looking at and then show on the screen what they were looking at. And it's very close.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, it's almost, it does have some work to be done, but the fact that they can use a machine to just read your brainwaves without knowing what you're looking at and then see what you're looking at tangibly, that's amazing.
Yeah. No, okay, listen. First off, I want to go ahead and offer an apology to Lacey Chabert before that gets out in the mass market. And next, I want to say that is absolutely, positively for controlling population. Can you imagine the fact that they can bring you in a room and then you don't even have that one private thought? You know what I'm saying? You don't have
right.
And interrogation completely changes. I mean, it's just nuts, man. That can also, if they can figure out how it goes that direction, they know how to go the other direction and they know how to control you. And I already think mind control is a thing anyway, but that really.
So, I mean, it is the beginning of something that could be.
Oh, that's what it's
bad.
for. They call it whatever they want.
They're saying that they're hoping, I believe, from reading this article, I believe that they were even surprised at the amount of detail they got out of their first, go around here. But they're saying that they can use it as a basis for brain-computer interface operating in real time. In other words, Elon Musk talks about putting things under, implants and they're saying with this kind of technology, you wouldn't have to have anything, surgically installed in your head that would eventually deteriorate or something would go wrong, that this is a different kind of system where you could just wear it and you wouldn't have to do that. So I don't know, I just thought when I looked at those pictures, I was like, that is unbelievable.
It's insane.
They don't even have to know what you're looking at to know what you're looking at.
Yeah, it's insane. It really is. I'll tell you what, there'd be some husbands that would be purchasing that for their wives. Just put it on there when you go to sleep, wake up the next morning and go, excuse me, Susie. Can you tell me what this is a picture of?
I'm sure it's quite some time before we have the handheld home version.
Yeah, it'll be on the next iPhone next year.
All right, so let's move on to this next story from Egypt. It's one of your favorite things. It's a discovery in Egypt that's probably swaying you away from an even bigger discovery that they don't want to talk about.
They're going to hide it. Yeah.
So this is a discovery of 30 ancient coffins with mummies inside. And this is the first cache of coffins to be discovered by actual Egyptian archaeologists. Like normally they're foreign-led, archaeological digs. This one was all Egyptians. And it's the largest group of coffins to have been found in more than a century, I think.
Wow.
Like at one time.
Yeah.
So there are 30 ancient wooden coffins. They were found in Luxor, and it was unveiled in front of the Hatshepsut Temple at the Valley of the Kings in Luxor. And they described the 3,000-year-old coffins as exceptionally well preserved and exceptionally well colored. And they contain the mummified remains of men and women. Nobody super important, more middle class people, because they're just wooden coffins.
Right.
There was some men and women. There was 2 children. And it says, while the mummies were found completely wrapped in cloth, their genders could be identified by the shape of the hands on the coffin, which I thought was pretty interesting. It says that the coffins that are carved with the hands open meant that they were female, and if the hands were in fists, then they were male.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so I thought that was pretty cool. It says that according to one of the archaeologists, finding coffins belonging to a child is a rare occurrence, and they did find 2 of those. So that was tremendously interesting for them. And they're really excited about this find. It said that the first coffin was discovered because the head of it was partially exposed. So they started to dig, and as they dug, 17 more coffins were found. So after they excavated those coffins, then they discovered an additional 12.
Wow.
So it was just like they just kept finding more and more and more. And the coffins are adorned with intricate carvings and designs, including Egyptian deities, hieroglyphics, and scenes from the Book of the Dead, which is, a series of spells that enabled the soul to navigate the afterlife.
Right.
And it said names of the dead were also carved onto some of the coffins. It says the inscriptions are especially unique because of the vivid colors, which stayed intact even though the coffins had been buried for so long. And they say that the reason that the colors are so good on these coffins is because they used natural colors from stones like limestone, red oak, turquoise, mixed with egg whites, and that kind of helps preserve the color. And as they painted, they mixed it with candle wax, and when they spread it over, it kept the shine and everything. So, which I think is amazing. But it's a really cool discovery. It says that in this article, I thought this was funny. It says they'll be moved to the Grand Egyptian Museum, which will be opening at the end of 2020 as a new surprise for our visitors. Only it's not really a surprise because he just said that they were taking them there. So, but that I thought was really cool. I would love to go see that Grand Egyptian Museum that they're opening at the end of 2020.
The thing I love about the Egyptians is their reverence for death. They don't. It's not like they just throw them in the ground and throw some dirt on them.
Right.
It's ornate, and you got the colors, and that's why we still get that stuff today. Even the preservation of the bodies and stuff.
Right.
It's just really cool.
Well, and they bury them in a way that they're not really meant to be disturbed.
Yeah.
At any time, but all right. So let's move on, and this is a really interesting article about an invention that sounds really high tech, like it almost was reverse engineered. So it's a strange, stretchable liquid metal that was developed at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
Was it?
Yes.
Was it really?
Yes. So there's an announcement recently that the Air Force scientists at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base have developed a liquid metal that becomes stronger and a better conductor when it's stretched.
Wow.
Which is exactly the opposite of all other known conductive materials.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit strange about this thing that they're making. You know, it was a paper published in the journal Advanced Materials, and they, claim that they have made this new like liquid, this when you stretch it, these little liquid balls, and it, fills in the spaces, and it's very technical. You can read it, but the fact that they're coming out with this now, I think, is really interesting, because this is not something that we've ever heard of being worked on, or that we even knew the technology for. It does sound like a reversed engineered kind of thing.
I mean, that sounds exactly like it's a reverse engineered kind of thing.
They call it polymerized liquid metal networks. Yes, and so they developed it while researching new ways to make next generation wearable electronics that don't weaken when the body stretches or bends, but instead keeps all its conductivity properties.
Depending on how fast that works, I mean, that'd be great for vehicles. If you were going to have an accident or whatever. I mean, that's just nuts, man.
It's crazy. And it says that they've even put it under a stress test, and there's no detection of fatigue after 10,000 stress cycles. So it's very resilient material. And it's just interesting about how it was developed in the first place, because that's stuff that you've already heard conspiracy theories about for years.
Yeah. And especially where it was developed.
Yeah.
Which you've heard conspiracy theories about for years.
I love that they're coming out like, oh, look what we've developed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's how it always is. That is interesting, though.
We just came up with this off the top
it's
of
like
our
every
heads.
freaking day, every freaking week, there's something new that's it's happening awful quick.
It is. I agree. I do agree. All right, so this next story is really strange, and it's a story about this company that claims that they can change the lives of farmers by
FarmersOnly.com.
by making it rain when they need it, by promising rain.
Well, that would change it.
And the whole point of this article is they're saying this guy is controversial, that he's preying on vulnerable farmers and that he's scamming them because he charges them $50,000 for rain. Well, now, if you read the whole article as it goes through, they're talking about him. His name is David Miles. He's from Miles Research, and he peddles weather modification technology. He's been doing it for a long time, and he claims that it's not a scam because he only gets paid on a success basis. In other words, if he doesn't produce the rain,
it's like a lawyer.
He doesn't get the money. And he claims that he could have been doing this a long time ago, but the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission started questioning him and defaming him, and he didn't have enough time to work on it, and it was a big disaster.
Right.
So he has now developed it. It's out. People can sign contracts with him. He claims that he has customers that are already doing it, that are satisfied. They talk to these people. They claim that he does deliver what he says he can deliver, and he doesn't release his patents. He doesn't say how his technology works because he doesn't want people to steal it.
Yeah.
And so it's just a really weird thing for people, because they're like, well, if he has this technology, why doesn't he show it on his website? Weather modification is definitely a real thing. It's absolutely something that you can do, but he claims that he's not going to reveal because he doesn't want his competitors take it. He doesn't want it weaponized by governments. He wants to raise $10 million to build a facility to fully develop his technology.
Well, I don't know. I would say that he's a little bit late on the government part.
Right.
I mean, HARP. But, whatever they're calling it these days.
He claims that he understands the skepticism, and he does give like an explanation, a rough explanation, but scientists claim that the words he uses aren't real things.
Right.
Like that they don't think that he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. But if he's developed some kind of new technology, then of course it would not sound like that.
Say whatever the hell he wants.
Right. And he claims that he just wants 1%. Eventually, once this gets off the ground and he has this thing set up, and he basically just wants 1% of any kind of agricultural thing that comes out of, what they get for their rain. I don't know, it's very strange.
I think I would go to a drought-ridden area that really needs water and use it there for free, and maybe people might start really, digging him. Just a thought. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, here's what he says. It says the key to the whole thing is we found a way to link a model of the near future weather with the actual flight corridor of approaching weather for any given target. See, it doesn't really make any sense. But they do claim that if they fail, they lose their reputation, so they try not to fail, and they give money back to the farmers if they don't produce what they say they're going to produce.
I wonder what the window of time is.
I think they do it by season. Like, I think they promise so much rain per season, depending on the area. And then, whether it happens or doesn't happen is depending on how much they get paid or don't get paid. Supposedly he has, customers right now that are really happy with the service. And he also says, which I think is funny, that it's a device, but that they're currently hidden in plain sight because they haven't raised enough capital to fund a proper facility. And that they've been tutored in how to hide in plain sight.
They must have watched that Monty Python episode. That's crazy. I mean, wow.
But he says they're having to operate fairly low key at the moment until they can get their facility.
I don't know, man. I don't know if he's got like some incredible weather forecast.
Right.
I
don't know either. I don't know how he does it.
I don't know. So, that one might be a sham.
It might be.
It sounds a little snake-oly.
It does, a little bit. But I just thought it was interesting because of the weather modification aspect to it, because that really is a real thing. And for the government to try and be stopping him and saying he's a con artist and stuff like that, it's weird.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move on and talk about this new movie that may or may not be coming out. We're not sure yet. So this would be a new movie about an exorcism that took place at Fort Bragg, which is in North Carolina. It's one of the best known military bases in the world, both for having the largest population and for being the headquarters of the United States Army Special Operations Command.
Right.
And there's this little known story about an exorcism that was allegedly performed on a Special Forces soldier at the military's request by the late Friar Malachi Martin.
Wow.
And, he wrote the book Hostage to the Devil.
Yeah, he did.
Which recounted 5 other exorcisms that he performed. And so there's a planned, based on a true story, supernatural thriller about this incident at Fort Bragg. So they're not sure if the story is going to get made, if the Pentagon will allow the story to get made, but they have signed on director Osgood Perkins to write and direct the supernatural thriller, which is tentatively titled Incident at Fort Bragg, for Lionsgate. And supposedly the story is that Malachi Martin was brought in by the U.S. government to perform this sanctioned exorcism on a young soldier, that I don't know what, it doesn't say what happened to him, how he was possessed, but that the military did request it. And it's said to be produced by Beau Flynn, who previously produced The Exorcism of Emily Rose.
One of the best exorcism movies of all time.
Right.
Oh,
with
my
Anthony
God.
Hopkins. And you love both of those.
Yeah, I do.
I don't know if they're going to make it. It sounds like a great movie. I hope it does get done. Lionsgate's really good about doing, getting projects pushed through. Now, the father that's in this story, Malachi Martin, he died in New York in 1999 after leaving the priesthood, and he did write his book right after the Exorcist film came out. So, it was like a lot of interest in it at the time. And there supposedly was an article about Incident at Fort Bragg in the Fayetteville Observer, and it links Father Martin to a man named Robert Morrow Jr., who is a friend and a CIA agent who claims he knew about the exorcism. So supposedly this Morrow guy is the one that contacted the producers with the story. And, if he was friends with them, he's going to know everything that happened. So I don't know. It's very interesting to think that they might actually make this and claim that it's based on a true story.
I want to see that movie. I love Exorcist movie anyway.
Me too. Me too. They're some of the scariest movies you see because you know that those are things that could really happen.
Absolutely. I just love them. And The Rite is, I mean,
That was a great movie.
me personally, I like it better than The Exorcist, but I mean, I love The Rite. I absolutely love that movie. I want to watch it again right now.
So the director, Osgood Perkins, he's Anthony Perkins' son who played Norman Bates, in Psycho. So it's pretty cool. I love that they got the right people for the job if they do get to make it.
Yeah, they're
So
definitely.
We'll keep an eye out for that. I kind of want to go back and read that book. I've never read his book with the exorcism stories in it. I think I might get that. That might be my next read. All right, so I got a few more stories here and some interesting and some funny things. And this one's from Wichita Falls, Texas. And this is a story about residents who describe hearing mysterious sirens around town. Now, there is a video that goes with this, and you can hear the sirens, and it's very creepy. It says an ominous blaring siren has been startling people across Wichita Falls. And it says it sounds like something out of an apocalyptic movie, and it does, because the sirens aren't like blaring sirens. They're kind of weak, like
Right.
weird, creepy sounding sirens. And they started happening like really early in the morning, like 6:45 in the morning, while people were still sleeping or just waking up. And the siren just goes off. No reason, no idea why it's happening. They've never seen or heard anything like it before. So she called the police. Police had no idea what was going on. She texted this one woman that heard it, texted some friends, and nobody else had heard it, just her. So at first she thought she was just kind of going crazy.
Right.
But some people caught footage of it, and it happened with some other sirens around town. And so they sent people out, a crew out to inspect. There's like 50 sirens around town, and they sent this crew out to inspect them, but they didn't find anything unusual. And they have absolutely no idea why they would go off. They plan to contact the manufacturer of the sirens to see if there's any reason why this would happen. But all of this happened right around Halloween anyway, and it was very creepy.
That's nuts, man. I mean, that really is nuts.
And if you watch like the news story on it, they play some of the sirens going off, and if I heard that, if I was laying in bed and I heard that sound, oh my gosh, it was so creepy.
So nobody knows anything about it. None of the municipalities.
None of the government in the town knows, because they're having to contact the manufacturer of the sirens to see if it's some kind of flaw or glitch or something. Like nobody set them off or knows any reason why.
That is so cool.
They've gone off like that. So.
That is so cool.
It's really weird. All right, so this next story is about a Minnesota museum, and just something cool they did for Halloween. They held a creepiest doll contest.
No.
Yes, and so what they did was they used their Instagram, their social media, mostly their Instagram, and they posted pictures of these different dolls. And you could go on there and like the pictures to vote for which one you thought was the creepiest. And so I went and looked at the pictures, and they are all super freaky. You can go on there. I'll link to it. You can see which one is the winner. Of course, all the dolls are horribly ugly and disfigured, and the eyes going weird, or they're old. It is so creepy. And they had them all there in the museum where people could come. They did like a whole display of creepy dolls so people could come and see them.
How would you like me to not watch me during that one?
It's awful. It says some of the weird dolls had like movable eyelids that would snap open if you lift their heads up, and paint's chipped off, or they're missing a leg or something. I don't know. It's super creepy. The pictures are really creepy.
Yeah, no thanks. I'm good.
What a good idea, though.
Yeah, well, that's a great idea for crazy people.
Yeah, to get people into the museum around Halloween time, put out some creepy stuff.
I wouldn't go. I mean, not a whole room full of creepy dolls. Hell no.
Right. All right, so let's go on to this next story. This is about some mourners in Germany.
Ooh.
Some people that were mourning after a funeral.
Right.
And, they went to this restaurant, the whole funeral party went to this restaurant after a burial for coffee and cake. It's a German tradition.
Right.
And after eating the cake, 13 people reported experiencing nausea and dizziness, and they needed medical treatment. And it turns out that the person in charge of the cakes asked their 18-year-old daughter to bake them, and the mother mistakenly gave the wrong cake to the mourners. She gave them a hash cake.
Oh, my God.
And that was made for a separate occasion.
Oh my
And
God.
unfortunately, the teen's under investigation for whether or not this was done purposely.
Oh.
But it was a terrible incident. It was not made public at first out of respect for the mourners, but now they've done an article on it, on how these poor mourners got terribly high at this restaurant without realizing what was happening.
I bet all the casseroles that were brought over got ate.
I bet they did.
That's crazy.
Could you imagine not knowing why you were getting nauseous and dizzy? Like
Yeah.
you didn't realize you had etten, you're getting incredibly high and you're
Yeah.
like, I have no idea what's going on. I just went to a funeral and now I don't know what's going on. That would be terrifying.
That's amazing, I think.
I mean, it'd be different if you knew that you ate it.
Yeah, but you'd probably feel a whole lot better. There might be a new thing, like a new service. It's
How to feel better after a funeral.
Did you just lose Uncle Don? Want to know how to make it feel better? Call 1-800-HASH-CAKE. I mean, you never know.
All right, so let's do this next story.
I'm going to warn you. I just lit the bay leaves.
Yay.
Yeah.
Just in time for the last few stories.
Okay.
All right, so this is a story about a man from Aiken named William Barry. And he claims that there was a woman that was going to feed him to zombies. So he is charged with stabbing her.
What a terrible, terrible woman.
I know, gonna feed that poor kid zombies. Anyway, they found him. The police found him. He ran off, and the police found him and detained him on Columbia Highway North. And when they questioned him about the incident, he told them that he, quote, poked someone because they were trying to feed him to zombies. And the kicker for the whole story was that he was not using alcohol or drugs during the incident.
Oh, why did they think he was?
Not at all.
I mean,
But his version of poking someone, she was stabbed 5 or 6 times, had 5 or 6 stab wounds to the back. She didn't die. They took her to the hospital. And he was taken to the detention center where he was denied bond, but they are holding him.
for safety or?
Probably for his own safety, I would think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he doesn't get eaten by zombies.
Freaking South Carolina zombies are the worst. I mean, they just come out of the swamps and
Who does that? Who's like, if you don't leave me alone, I'm going to feed you to zombies? I mean, what kind of threat is that?
obviously that chick. I mean, I don't know. I'd like to know more of that story.
Well, that was all the details that they gave. Sadly, I would like to have known more about the incident and what led up to it and, what they were arguing about and why he believed that she was really going to feed him to zombies.
I believe in the state of South Carolina, that's a viable defense.
You think so?
I really do.
It could be. All right, so I have 2 more stories. These are both animal stories, so you're going to love these. This one's about a fish that was spotted in a lake in China.
Oh, God.
China, they're up to some weird stuff over there, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes, so there's a video for this fish, some pictures and a video. You have to go look at it. This fish has a human face, and it's really creepy. Now, its actual face is not a human face,
I
but
gotta check and see where all my family members were.
it's a carp, and it has some markings on its head. There are dark dots which look like 2 eyes, 2 vertical lines which resemble the sides of a nose, and a horizontal one underneath where the mouth would be. It looks exactly
hold on.
like a human face.
Let me see the picture. Oh my God.
Doesn't it look like that fish has a human face?
Okay, look. That is a human head. That's not markings. That's a legitimate human face.
And in the video, the fish can be seen swimming to the edge of the lake and poking its head above
Oh
the
my
surface
God.
of the water. I guess so it could breathe.
No. Where was this again?
China.
Oh God, there's some Chinaman somewhere that got lonely.
It's all their gene editing,
Oh,
splicing
Lord
crap.
have mercy. they threw that one out of the lab, didn't they? They're just like,
It escaped or something.
let's try to put it with the carp.
Maybe it's when they thought it was dead and they flushed it, like you do with your goldfish.
Right.
But it wasn't really dead.
Or maybe they just thought it'd be funny to put it in a river. That's really messed up, man.
It is very
What would
creepy.
you do if you seen that thing floating towards you and popping its head out?
I would definitely not try to catch it or touch it in any way. It's
is
very
nuts.
creepy. Yes. There was some other story, I didn't bring it for the show recently, where there was another animal that had a face that looked somewhat human. It was like a sheep or a dog or something.
Oh, well, if
It
it's
was
a
weird.
sheep, there's a damn good chance.
All right, so this last story is just going to sort of ease us into the Thanksgiving holiday because it's about turkeys.
Let's ease it in.
Yes. So a large flock of aggressive wild turkeys have swooped down out of nowhere on this once tranquil New Jersey community. It's a 55 and over community, but now they've swooped down and have begun terrorizing the people.
What is it, a gang of wild turkeys?
There. It's as many as 60 of them. And the city is called...
All right, see? We're running this joint now. Yes. We know what time of year it is. We're going to sacrifice you, huh?
It's a place called Holiday City. It's in Toms River, New Jersey. And
it was Toms River. They're already... Well, yeah, we already don't like the name of the place, see?
One resident said that the turkeys are taking over. It's like an infestation, and that a lot of people think it's a laughing matter, which I do, but said it's really serious, that they can't even get out of their houses and get in their cars because the turkeys will attack them. and the station... It's been reported that the turkeys have broken windows. They've broken windows, so they're vandalizing the place too. And they were up on roofs, pecking away on the roofs.
Shut up.
But it turns out that the local...
We know you're in there.
They're throwing bricks through windows and like marking up cars and crap.
We know you're in there.
And the local animal control office can't do anything about it because of the state regulations that they're not licensed to trap, relocate, or harass the turkeys or any wildlife for that matter, even if they're a nuisance. Like they absolutely, because of state law, can't do anything about it.
Oh my
So
word.
The wildlife officials are aware of the situations, but that's all they said. And it says that these wild turkeys can weigh between 16 and 24 pounds and can run up to 20 miles an hour.
Wow.
I mean, you've seen some wild turkeys, and there's a video. You could see them all kind of congregating in this one person's yard. And, you know, I would be a little nervous about going outside around this one, especially if they will run at you and snap at you and attack you.
Well, I mean, ducks.
They're mean.
Ducks scare us, so.
It's just a very funny story.
It's funny and it's scary as hell.
It is. I can't believe that they're actually demolished,
dude, it's finally
defacing
happened.
property.
It's finally happened.
It's birdemic.
Listen. Where did you say this happened? New Jersey, right?
New Jersey.
Isn't that dangerously close to where some of these, you know, I mean, that's some traditional Thanksgiving lands, you know? I mean, oh my God.
Turkeys.
It's you know what's happened?
What's that?
You remember that story we had a while back, and it was like Tennessee going down into Alabama, and they were like, we're worried that Tennessee meth's going to be in the water.
That's right.
Remember?
Gators.
Right.
Yes, meth gators.
Meth gators. I'm telling you right now, man, we got heroin turkeys. I bet
they're getting all brave.
I bet they're shooting up, man. I bet they're shooting up.
They've accidentally sat on the syringes or something.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, they're like no kill November, you know. My God, November to dismember. They're here.
That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, attack turkeys is. I tell you what, I would quit the army. Like if they're like, well, the North Koreans have a new. Well, they ran out of materials to make bombs, but they have trained attack turkeys.
I think
I'd be done.
I would get in my car. If you could find a way to get in your car, because I'd say you probably can't shoot them. That's probably pretty obvious. So I would get in my car and just like mow a bunch of them over, and then be like, I don't know, they ran out in front of me. I don't know what happened.
Listen. Here's how it rolls. If I'm down there where those asshole monkeys can just throw rocks at you and then laugh and all that stuff, there would be a whole temple full of dead monkeys. I don't care who's listening right now. I don't care if you are in that. I don't care. Okay, look, me versus animal. The first time that they shook their little monkey nuts at me and laughed and threw a rock, there'd be all these monkeys with their heads on backwards.
So you're saying you'd just shoot the turkeys?
I would do something, yeah.
Everybody have a happy Thanksgiving.
I mean, I'm sorry, that's terrifying.
It really is.
The very fact they're on my roof and it's just like pecking on my roof
and breaking your windows.
Breaking the
like
windows.
Looking in the windows,
Yeah.
like we see you in there.
Just, I mean, oh my God.
It's terrible. We shouldn't laugh. It really is a nuisance, and I hate that they can't do anything about it. Oh, it's terrible. Okay, so that's all my news.
You know, just because you say it's terrible doesn't stop the fact
I'm
you're
trying to
laughing.
look sad. But I can't help
here in
laughing.
Here in the South. I forgot all about it till I got back down here.
Mm-hmm.
But we have this saying, and you know, whenever we got somebody that's a little bit, well, it don't go all the way to the top. Mm-hmm. You just bless his heart.
Yes.
You know, you could say whatever you want about somebody. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. You can be like, "Oh, did you hear? He did this. He did that. He did it." Bless his heart. Mm-hmm. And as long as bless his heart or bless him comes in, you're good. You're golden. All I'm saying is that I would kill him. Uh-huh. I mean, that's just nuts. Honestly, I wouldn't come out of my house. I'm scared right now.
Oh, yes. Well, for anyone that doesn't live in the South, if you come to the South and someone says "bless your heart," it's not a compliment.
No, it's definitely not a compliment.
It's definitely not a compliment.
It is their polite way of saying, "What an idiot." It really is. Well, all right. Thank you so much for the news, and I hope everybody enjoyed the episode. The episode that almost wasn't, and we're not sure is, whatever we're going to call it.
Right.
But you know, we had a lot of fun doing it every time, and the next one's not going to take quite as long. In fact, it'll probably be all normal and everything else, and we'll be at you sometime next week. But really enjoyed it. Going to have all kinds of new stories. I'm going to have gallivanting around Nashville and whatever else we can come up with. But I just remember, if you're not a patron already, go ahead and get on there and sign up. And it's patreon.com/Paranormal Sideshow. And if you're on the facebook.com/Paranormal Sideshow, you go to paranormalsideshow.com. You can get the address for everything. If you haven't subscribed, then subscribe. If you know somebody who hasn't subscribed, go to their house and ask them, "Do you want to meet the turkeys?" Because if you want to meet the turkeys, we can let you meet the turkeys and get them to subscribe. Spread the word, spread the news, spread the love, because we love you. You love us. You are our friends. And for my lovely wife, Stacey, my name's John. So long from the Sideshow.
Good night.